I'm amazing. I'm amazing.
Yeah,
I'm amazing.
Oh, what the hell?
Oh, he killed me.
I'm getting brutally slaughtered.
No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Ooh, was that a triple collab? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh. What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Oh, I fell. I did the water fucking thing. I did the water fucking thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Why do I look like that? That's so disgusting. Oh my god, bro.
Hello there. Why am I so... Hey, what's up, Angel? Is that better? That's kind of better. I wanted to put music. What's up, guys? You have actually made it early today. We're not doing a tier list today, though, because I don't know. I just don't feel like it. But I hope everyone's doing well. Actually, I'm so unprepared. What the hell? There we go. How are you guys doing? The points thing should be popping up right now. Look at that. Is my face beautiful? I know it's not. But we're good. What's up, guys? How's everyone doing? How are you, Angel? How are you, Dr. Nathan? I've been good. We're not doing a tier list today. Yeah, no tier list because I was actually very busy today for once. So, yeah, we're just gonna do some Pokemon and maybe some Showdown. I wanna do some Showdown today, or I wanna do something with other people today. You know, kind of getting tired of resetting this game so often. But yeah, that's the plans for today. Yeah, 65 resets. I know. It's crazy. Seems that you don't feel like losing some IQ. I was just busy. I was busy and I didn't want to make a tier list like without prepping a little bit. So, yay! IQ is 5%. Let's go. Thank you, Prince. How are you though? It's been a few days, Prince. How are you? You got mad playing Monster World, Hunter? Aw. What happened? What happened? Sorry, I just like using the echo. Okay, we'll put some background music you guys could add on as well, of course. But yeah, we're gonna play some Pokemon, and we better get a nice Pokemon. We better get a freaking... You can't just IQ minus for no reason. We're gonna get some sexy Pokemon right now. Some sexy Pokemon right now. Let's see what the random Pokemon... Oh, no, I think it's a shiny Rylot. Yep. I forgot to actually replace for the next file. Why can't we actually get a shiny beast Pokemon? I meant to come in yesterday, but I fell asleep way earlier than usual. No worries, no worries. I lost the quest 7 times in a row. Oh, damn. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible. Well, you could chill here and watch me fail, and maybe that'll make you feel better. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the files. Oh, there they are. Wait, your break already started, right, Prince? I get so confused because some of you guys start your break already, some of you guys didn't. By the way, Prince, I don't think you've ever seen the Pokédex entry thing, right? Or maybe you have. I feel like you haven't. I could be wrong though. Okay. Let me make the new file right here. Sumimasen, guys. Sumimasen. I set up everything except not everything. I missed yesterday, so yeah, I missed that too. My break started legit yesterday? Oh, nice. Professor got a shiny before you. Exactly. It will. Mine started last week. Nice. You remember the song? Yeah. I actually added it to my playlist because of you, Nathan. From today all the way until like January 5th, I'm on break. Nice. My sister just got on break too from college, and my brother goes on break on Friday from high school. Here's some free IQ since you're going to lose like 1K later. Oh, that's why you gave it to me. I didn't even read that part by accident. Choose one or two. I choose one. Wait, I have to find it. Where is it? I get distracted way too easily.
Jelly bean
There
time.
we go.
Bing bong.
Why you gotta give me jelly beans, bro? Well, I feel so dumb. I'm like so lost replacing the files. Okay, there we go. I mean, I know I am dumb, but... Huh? Try again. Oh, it's because I have this open. Ooh, I did add something, though. What? There's an error. Stupid. Stupid error. What's going on? Guys, what'd you do? Did you break it? Did you break my computer? You guys broke my computer. Okay, no error. Okay, good. That was a little bit scary. Oh, the song sounds cool. All right, we're Gucci. We're Gucci. Except the jelly bean makes it not Gucci. But I'm in middle school, so not really lucky. It's just how it works. That's just how Mafia works. I miss having 2-week breaks for December, though. Why, how long is your break? Wait. You have a pretty... If it started... What is it, like a week? I don't know. I'm bad at math. Oh, yes. I got a good jelly bean. It's been a while. They're so stale, though. Yeah. Oh, my God. They're super stale. Oh, my... Guys, I think I have to buy new jelly beans or get rid of the reward. Your dad was in a cartel? That sounds pretty cool. My dad wasn't. He's not cool. Oh, it's a cottony. Yeah. Angel's in middle school. He's younger than you, bro. I know the age of every single one of you. Except not really. But around the age. Kind of creepy if you think about it. Oh yeah, this is what I added. So if you guys remember, a few days ago, my whole OBS got ruined. And I had to fix everything. Well, one of the things I couldn't fix, I fixed today. And it's this. Isn't that nice? It readjusts when I switch to the other thing. Hey! Which means, I don't know, I just find it cool. Nope. It's stuck in my teeth. Ew. So instead, it's like a week and a half, but it honestly just feels like a week since we started in the middle of the week when break is over. That makes sense. I think the youngest viewer is 8 years old. And the youngest person ever to watch, from my understanding, was like 8-9 years old, which is insanely young. And the oldest was like in their 50s or either 40s, 50s, or 60s. I don't remember. Who's 8 or 9? I'm not gonna say. Who is 8 or 9? You're not 14, Angel. I don't remember. If they come into chat, I would remember. But there was someone who was 8. Mac was 9 when he first started watching, I think. And now he's 11. 9-11, I think. Damn, those are bad numbers. I have until the 10th to hold this L, but I have like 3 applications due in a week. Hold this L? How are you 14 and in middle school? Are you actually 14? Just have to hope they randomly join stream and for Ping Pong to randomly call them out. True. Gomen nasai, Nathan. Gomen nasai. We're not gonna get an ice Pokemon. Big P, baby. What are we getting? What are we getting? Oh! Wait. I think his only move might be explosion. But this is 6th gen. So we might get really lucky here. The first run of the day. No way. Wait, I gotta check his well, first we gotta name him. Oh my god, it's Reggie Ice. I shouldn't get too excited. We'll name him Icy. Tommy? Why Tommy? Nuke. Nuke sounds great. I like Nuke. Cause he's like, and he gets explosion or whatever. Oh, I like Nuke. Sorry. Ah. Give me Nuke, baby. Okay. Now we gotta check the moves. Please. Time because of this video. Okay, give me a second. Please have good move. He had. Let's go. He actually has moves. He has moves, baby. Oh my god. First run of the day, possibly best run in a long time. Electric too. Oh my god, that's so true. Oh, and we could move moves. Okay, we gotta get rid of explosion. All right, if we accidentally use the explosion, that would be the worst thing. Oh my god. So I could lock on into Zap Cannon. His special attack is higher than his attack. And Zap Cannon is a special attack move. So the point of this, you could lock on and then guarantee 60 damage pretty much. Or 90 damage with stab. Oh my god. Yes! We actually have a good first run. How nice is that? Okay, I gotta save this. Oh my god, guys. This is I'm feeling good. Okay, first we should verse the rival though. Nuke has some pretty strong moves, I know, right? Explosion, Tommy gun, machine gun. Oh, I get it. Oh, the Reggie Ice sounds like a machine gun. Oh, now I feel kind of bad. We watched this video last week, right? I kind of feel bad now. Gomen nasai. Oh my god. You see, it kind of feels like a cheap way to do well. I'm saying as if we're gonna do good. I don't even know if that's true yet, but let's go, muscles. But like, but yeah, I feel like this might be the run. No, I saw NUZLOCKE was one of them, and the other one I think sucked. Your friend texted me. You? No worries. Don't remove explosion. Explosion is the first move to get booted. Of course, I'm gonna remove explosion. What do you mean, Nathan? Don't be so scared. You sent it for Saturday? We saw it last week. To hell with cheating.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby. With the muscles. Wait, why are the muscles still there? Muscles, go away. Okay, muscles went away. Can you make you do something, please, just for a second? What? What do you want to make me do? Count this as a lucky break since you have had to restart 65 times. True. The funny thing is... Yes, that's NUZLOCKE. The funny thing is... It would have been cooler if it was the 69th reset, but I'm not complaining. Alright, I'm gonna use explosion. Just kidding. Oh, we could just stop probably. Wait, that didn't do as much as I would hope. Imagine he crits a pound. He crit a pound. Imagine he keeps critting and he kills Nuke. That would be so sad. Oh my god, that was actually close. Okay, we won. Jesus. You forgot your daily rewards, fam? Maybe he didn't forget. Yeah, he's saving it. You want to make me make you do something? No. Just tell me what you want to make me do. Oh. I said I would do 50 jumping jacks if we don't beat the second gym in 2 hours. In the first 2 hours of stream. The mighty legendary dies to a tiny little leaf and nut boy. The thing is, I still have to be careful. Just because we have legendary doesn't mean that we won, you know? Still got to be very careful here. What a good thing. Okay, I'm gonna add the Pokemon on the bottom. I'm feeling good here. Stupid cryogonal. Honestly, until we get to the second, third gym-ish, it's still very still pretty scary. I would like to get a second Pokemon at least before there. Wish is my command. Let's see. Jesus, Reggie Ice's special defense is insanely high. Oh, Stomp didn't do much because his attack sucks. Okay, he's very tanky, which is insanely good. His speed sucks, but his special attack is pretty good. He's actually not that amazing for a... oops, wrong button. For a legendary. I mean, he's tanky, which is really good, because I felt like no ice Pokemon was tanky. But that means Zap Cannon is really the only move we have right now, which is a little weird. I'll be back in a bit. That tank special defense stat. I know, right? Don't get rid of Explosion for... No, of course I'm going to get rid of Explosion. What are you, crazy? Yo, this Nuzlocke is hard enough as it is. I'm not going to keep Explosion as well. Oh, that would suck. Sucka. That would sucka. That would suck. Oh, Nathan's crazy. Haven't you realized that? We're all crazy. Is this Korean or Chinese? We're all crazy. Glad it doesn't swallow. What? Was that the whole song? What was that? It's always the second step in the grass. Clink. You wish it. The name won't have meaning if you get rid of it. Oh, I see what you mean. I don't want to use Explosion accidentally. What happened to the song? Video unavailable. Oh my god. I hate when that happens. Sassy boo, I will touch you in the butt if you touch me too. Such a good singer. Tastes like water. Stupid jelly bean. Alright, Stomp is actually a terrible move on him. We need special attack moves on him. We need to get another ice Pokemon. Susu-poo, pee-pee-poo, I will touch you if you like. Ooh, Zap Cannon hit. Zap Cannon could demolish. I still... yeah, I watched season 1 of Demon Slayer. I still haven't watched season 2, though. When he said glad it doesn't swallow, what did you mean? Like, what does that mean? It's a Snorlax. What the hell? Nuke, run away. Yeah, even though his name is Nuke, I think we might have to get rid of Explosion. I mean, Explosion could come in handy as a last-ditch effort.
If you suck, do you really suck?
Then
honest, what do you suck? If you suck to suck, so then I sucks to suck. I guess. Thank you for your time, clock. No, fuck me, daddy, ping and touch me. Not really, it's a joke.
I'm not gonna
touch
touch
frog, go S 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 frog.
Can we get an ice Pokemon? Oh yeah, oh yeah, I also got rid of one of my stuff for the voices. So I could now hear. Basically, I improved my audio system soft stuff. I got rid of some audio software. So now it's like simpler to stream, which you guys don't really see, but that helps me. What else did we do today? I was thinking of adding an echo redeem because someone mentioned it the other stream, but then I'm like, nah, it's your main emote. Nice. Gonna add one more thing, just one for the vids. Fine. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Oh, imagine we lose to Noivern. Can we get an ice Pokemon? Just one? I don't want to move on until we get an ice Pokemon. Ooh, is Carbink ice? Carbink looks like it would be ice, but I don't think it is. How are you a fairy rock? So dumb. This game is so dumb. You should be like an ice rock or something. How are you a fairy? Are you challenging me? Paimon. Paimon versus Frog. A Larvitar. I wish we could catch you. Don't touch that boopy boppy boopadoo. I'll touch my butt if you touch mine. Wait, did she give me? Yeah, she did give me balls. She gave me 10 balls. I actually can't believe we got a Regice. I would like another ice Pokemon though. Excuse me. Because honestly, his moves aren't that good. Having a physical attack move sucks on Nuke. Because Nuke's physical attacks is at 50, which is really poo-poo. Which means we gotta get rid of Stomp. Which means Explosion actually kind of sucks also. Why does he have these moves? Yes, we got Chandala here. Any other Pokemon? A Shaman. Oh yeah, we have no deaths. I should probably reset that. Boom, 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 tap, ba, boom, ba, 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 ba. Shaman, get out of my face. Emote battle. Yo, this sounds kind of cool, to be honest. Or weird. Let me run away, Shaman. Literally, is this the only Pokemon here? Ba 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 ba. Wait, when you guys put emotes, why doesn't it show up on screen? Emotes should be like spamming the screen. That's weird. That's weird. I ruined it. Sorry. I'm kind of wondering where the emote wall is. Oh. No, it should be popping up. Oh, there it is. It is popping up. I just didn't see it for some reason. Yeah, Doctor, we got a freaking nuke, baby. Oh, wait, you already knew that. We need another ice Pokemon, though. And we are not getting any. You know what? If we run into Shaman again, we'll just kill it. Level up a bit. Actually, we should go heal up first. For the tiny health we've gotten. Probably don't need to, but... Alright. If we get a Kyurem... The funny thing is, if we run into a Kyurem, he might just kill us. If we can't catch it. Are you making a pyramid? I don't think I have pyramid as a thing. I almost used explosion by accident. Streamlabs. Nice, Doctor. Nice. Ooh, it's a new Pokemon. Maybe we could go for a nice Pokemon. Bro, can we get an ice Pokemon in here? Guys, what should I do? Keep looking? Or just verse the first trainer? Ooh, we don't get hit by status effects because of his ability. That's awesome. Damn. Pink. Diego ruined it, which means Angel won with frogs. What's up, Diego? How you doing, bro? Are you feeling better? Long time no see. Look what Pokemon we got after 65 resets. Freaking Reggie Ice over here. All right, guys. You could stop the spam battle. Nathan already lost because someone typed words. Yeah, exactly. Diego made Nathan lose twice in a row. How you doing, though, Diego? Ooh, a Gyarados. We might actually have a good... Maybe we'll keep looking for ice Pokemon. I'm so happy Nuke has that ability that status effects don't affect him or whatever. Guys, if you don't stop in the next 5 seconds... Actually, chat is not talking much, so it's fine. Una chara que no tiene moderation. Korewa Mafia. What? A chat that has no moderation. This is Mafia. I suggested you to play Pokemon XY before and you said no. And now I am playing it, so you're welcome. Right? 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 Oh, I actually wanted to kill Shaman. We don't have any ice moves, though. It's so dumb. Run away, run away. Just let me run away. Come on, we need another Pokemon. Okay, Nathan, Angel. If you guys don't stop spam... Oh, okay. Perfect. Jesus, I'm so ugly sometimes. Nathan wins. But who really wins? Jesus wins. I won with emergency food. True. Do I push? Diego, you know what we're doing? We're doing a randomizer, hardcore, ice-only Nuzlocke. On Pokemon Y for you. How's your Doctor, shut up. Doctor is so, like, trolly. No, you're such... Oh my god. You're like, oh my god. Okay, do we verse the first trainer? This is the last grass. Abra. Abracadabra. We're gonna go for a Zap Kunan. Let's go. 50% accuracy. Ooh-hoo-hoo. We didn't level up, though. It's kind of sad.
Wow.
Wow.
You can do it!
It don't matter that if someone tips it, is whoever stops
Monkey
sending
do
emotes.
okay. Monkey do pretty okay. I guess.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Monkey
Bing
do
bong.
good. Monkey do very good.
Muscles.
Let's go, muscles. Diego, we have some new rewards. And we have Echo. And we have slow zoom. I can't hear what you say. You couldn't hear what I said. No, Doctor, you didn't get him actually. We've decided that that was nice because you only gave him like 10 points. So I said he could still do it daily. Ugh. Oh my god. Look at her butt. Except don't, because that's racism. We got Shaman. I feel like I'm not centered in the middle. You know what I mean, guys? It's like irritating me. Oh, that's better. I fix. Did I miss that? Rip. To be fair, I give him 150 points. Oh. That's not that... like, for us, that's not... For you guys, that's not too many points, you know? Yeah, what are we doing for God Monkey Diego? Alright. I'm gonna take the risk. I couldn't find a nice Pokemon. Just don't have like a friggin' Heatran. Okay. Why did Michael always come in second place? Feels bad, man. Look at my face. How much should I use Explosion? I'm just joking. That was a joke. Don't kill me. Armaldo might actually kill us. Zap Cannon seems like the way to go. So, we're going to try it out. Yes, we didn't miss. It didn't kill him. He used Harden. That literally does nothing. Oh my god, he didn't miss twice in a row. Hell yeah. That is 50% accuracy. Let's go. Let's go, nuking them out of here. Hell yeah. Because he likes come in little behinds. What? You get it? Kind of, I think. Imamota. I miss this type of songs. Yep. I thought she heals my Pokemon. I guess they don't need healing. Babiri. She gonna give us something. Feeling way better? Hell yeah, bro. Glad to hear. Nice. What the hell did I just press? That was an accident. Oopsie doopsie. So he comes in little behind. Oh, I get it now. That's not funny for Twitch, man. Come on. I don't know what we'll play for God Monkey. Whatever you want, bro. Carvanina. Anime waifu simulator. Honestly, that sounds pretty fun. Especially if it's not banned from Twitch. I think that could be a fun content, to be honest. Well, too bad. You know what, Angel? When I become huge, I'm going to have to start caring more. Because then, you know, Twitch is going to be like, bro, what are you doing? And I'm going to be like, oh, I'm sorry. I'll time them out. You know what I mean? Greninja. Regice is too slow. We for sure need another Pokemon. Too bad Wikipedia. Wikipedia page speedruns are fun. Should I do that instead of the Pokédex thingies? Who's seen the Pokédex entries that I do at the end of streams lately? They're really weird, right? Then I'll never come again if you do. Well, I'm sorry. Yes, that will be perfect. Anime waifu simulator. I wonder if that's how you say that. Listen, if it's a category on Twitch, then I'll stream it, okay? Ferrothorn. I just hope they're of age. Don't want to fight Ferrothorn. If you're lonely, we're waiting for you. We have no ice Pokemon. Oh. Dog, that sounds like Ed. You should probably get that checked out. What? Dog, that sounds like Ed? What? What? Come on, ice. Excuse me. Gomen nasai. I apologize.
Erectile dysfunction. Oh. Talking to Sudfu, not yet. Oh. I'm sorry. Everyone hates me because I'm just a monkey. Come on. Can we get an ice Pokemon? I don't want to risk leveling Nuke over level. Actually, we might be fine. You say, don't you know? Ooh, a Tyranitar. A Tyranitar. I mean, Tar. Run away. Yes. Look, she's gonna follow me like she's handing me the Bible. Who is talking to me? Your girlfriend. She's texting you. You should text her back. Oh my god, she keeps following me. All the girls are following me. Damn. I wish this was real life. Just kidding. That's kind of sussy baka. Meow. Ah! That was an accident. But you know what? We haven't ran into ice Pokemon. It is what it is. Chitauga. Ooh, Zap Cannon is perfect on him. And we didn't miss. Let's go. Hell yeah. Bing bong. I'm not doing explosion. Bro, I've been dared to reset a run for like 50 USD. 50 bucks. And I didn't do it. You know why? You know why? Because I need to play for the YouTube content, alright? We have to beat this Nuzlocke eventually. No, I don't know why, actually. I should have done that. How about this? If we get 100 gifted subs right now, I'll use Explosion. Ping's Life Dissidians. Dissidians? What does that even mean, Diego? Cringe? Cringe? Do you not know English? Don't shade when people say that. Don't frickin' your girl underwear in her jeans. Yeah, I agree with that. Probably should check for the ed. Dog, that sounds like AD. Yeah. I don't have erectile dysfunction yet. Best I can do is 0 gift subs and a jelly beam. No. I'm gonna turn off jelly beans. I can't take it anymore. They're so nasty. They're so stale. Nerd. No, you. The comeback of the century. Come back. Come back of the century. Oh, Yon Mega. Nathan's favorite Pokemon. Oh my god, we got the guy trying to kiss us on our pee-pee over here. We don't want that. You know what? We'll look for ice Pokemon in the next route. Boo-doo-boo-boo-boo. We got a poopy tar. Poopy tar. I have so much to edit. Do you want to edit for me, chat? If you edit for me, I will give you $1. But there is a lot to edit, and I'm a great teacher. What? I swear to Jesus, I'm tired. Why am I tired? I had a good night's sleep. I peed in the morning. I did some nice poo-poo. Why am I tired? What? The fat guys dance? What? Yeah, this guy's a great dancer. Hey, are you saying that fat people cannot dance? Are you fat shaming, Diego? That's kind of racist, bro. Just because you're skinny doesn't mean you have to fat shame. Unmod, unban, unfollow, unsub. What is this? You're not skinny? Oh. I could do it. Just teach. I thought you were skinny. When I looked through your window the other day, you were looking pretty skinny to me. Okay, that sounds weird. But I could have made that sound weirder. Like when I was looking through your like bedroom door or through the shower curtains, that would have sounded weirder. But I didn't say that, so it's okay. We've had this conversation. Yeah, I thought you said that you're very white and that you were skinny. But maybe I got the skinny part wrong. Or maybe I forgot. I apologize. Sonic Boom! Oh my god. We almost lost. Oh, okay, we're gonna go heal. Jesus Christ, I hate this game. That's what I get for saying dumb shit. Oh god. Oh, I saw it. I could do it. Just teach me for editing. It's a lot of work. Would you really? If you edited it for me and it was like good edits, but like I would want you to enjoy the editing process, you know? I have an editor now. I have one editor. He likes editing, which is nice. My favorite Pokemon is Lopunny. Did I ask Angel? I'm just kidding. That's actually pretty cool. PP almost lost to the de-evolution form of my favorite Pokemon. You are the best, dude. Yes, teach me. Really? Do you have Adobe What is this game doing to me? Let me run away. Oh my god. Can you just give me an ice Pokemon? Has an editor that's not PP? Yeah. Not you, PP? Oh. Da 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 da. Oh, I want an ice Pokemon. We need a second Pokemon, or else this run is kind of doomed. I meant not you, Diego. I mean PP. Oh, I'm nice. Oh, thank you. I know what Lopunny is. Is the bunny Pokemon. One time it showed up on screen and you're like, that's my favorite Pokemon. And I was like, oh, okay. I think that was when we were doing ratings, maybe. Oh, no, we didn't rate Lopunny yet. It was only a kiss. She was only 14. I was only 27 and she was... I don't know why I'm saying these things. Because they're funny to me. Says now. You don't remember? Oh, okay. Maybe I made that up. I feel like that happened. Stop yawning, Ping. Is Journus the only Pokemon here? Like, are you serious? This is supposed to be fully randomized. This is so dumb. And we can't go in the other one because Journus is there. I mean, Yan Mega. And we could literally lose the run against it. Do we just push him up levels? He's calling me. Eager eyes. I can't be impatient. We have a great starter, and we're actually getting random Pokemon now. Can't be impatient. I have to play this smart, right, guys? Because literally the beginning is the hardest part. Once we have a decent team, we can move on pretty easily. Come on. Did you guys donate to Team C's? This sounds like a pedo song. It was only a kiss. It was only a kiss. I promise. It was only a kiss. That's what that sounds like, this song. He takes off her dress. She's touching his chest. Like, is this guy stalking a couple? I don't get it. It's killing me. Taking control. Let's see. Oh my god. Guys, I just realized something insane. You know the one-hit KO moves? We could actually use them with lock-on. Lock-on, the user takes sure aim at the target. This ensures the next attack does not miss the target. So it makes the next attack 100 accuracy. That's actually insane. So imagine having Fissure or something crazy, and you could just freaking, in 2 hits, you just tank 1 hit, and you could take out any Pokemon in 2 hits. And Regice is, you know, Nuke is kind of tanky. It's pretty tanky, stats-wise, but obviously super effective moves would hurt, and yeah. Kyurem has much better stats, though. I didn't realize Regice was a bit weaker on the stats side. Come on, give me something good to eat. Ooh, finally a new Pokemon. Bright side, jealousy, touching your own pee-pee. It is a... Oh my god. Eager eyes. Convict? This is music. YMCA, let's go. Oh, I know this song. This is an old song, no? Yeah, I don't really remember the words. I don't know. I don't know if I know the song, actually. Who's the Snoop Dogg? Won't tell. I smoke a lot of weed, y'all. I don't know. Guys, do you think I could be a rapper? I'm stuck on... Ooh, we're getting random Pokemon like sometimes. It's nice. But no ice Pokemon. I hope we get a Kyurem and we're able to catch it. That's literally like my biggest hope right now. No and no. It's not Snoop Dogg? Oh, it's a Chansey. Reno. Come on. I don't want to lose the run with the freaking legendary starter. Wait, what was the... There was a command... Oh, there it is. Haha. What, the song that's playing right now you didn't mean to put? It sounds pretty okay. No of me being a rapper? Oh. Really? I feel like I could rap. You want me?
You can do it!
Hey, Shisho! Konnichiwa. How are you? What's up? How was the dinner you made for fam for your birthday? Give us a bar. Hopping through the car. Hopping through the bar. Getting in my car.
Hello?
Roar. I didn't mean to put it. Skip it. Nathan, could you skip this song? The sheep was on point. You ate sheep? Damn. I feel bad for that sheep. Not really, though. It's dead already. Why are you IQ minusing me? That was good. Okay. Watch this. Watch this. Yo, 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 yo. Call the po-po. Bro. Yo. So, just call the po-po. Bro. See? I'm a rapper. Yo, what the hell? The song sounds so good. How's it going? I'm going good. I'm going good. Everyone else is good, I think. The bar sucked. Bro, come on. It's because the song was in the way. Okay, this song actually sounds really good. Can you send this to me? Actually, I'll just copy paste it. I'll put it on my Spotify later. Okay. You want to hear real music, guys? You want to hear it? Fine. Okay. Real rap. Where's the rap button? We haven't used this button in a while. Okay. Okay, check it. That's what they say. The cool people say check it, okay? There's going to be a lot of cringe, okay? Okay. Wait a minute. Alright, you guys ready? You guys freaking ready? Okay. Yo, it's ping pong, and I'm singing my song. Drip, drop, hit it with the pop. I go to IHOP. I eat them eggs, and then I get pegged. I'm walking with legs, then I get pegged. I eat at IHOP. I get eggs. Okay, all right. I think that's enough for now. Based. Hell yeah. Can we get some IQ pluses for that? Skip this one too. Well, I like this song. Fine. You guys could skip it. Those are some bars. Thank you. Oh, I should have said I get head. Yeah. Well, how's that IQ minus? That was such good bars. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to try again, okay? Prostate cancer. All right. You guys ready? Check it, okay? All right. You guys ready? I'll say head this time, okay? Okay, I got this. What's up, Epicuro? I get some head when I go to eat bread. I eat some lead from my pencil. Yeah. All right. Let's just play the game. It is Reggie Ice. The first run of the day, we get a freaking Reggie Ice. It's insane, right? Sorry, I was rapping. Stencil. Oh, that would have been good. Yeah. I'm not as good as I used to be. I used to rap when I used to play Call of Duty. I would rap, and for those of you that remember those days, I feel like I rapped better then. Okay, I'll skip it. I thought one of the mods would, but I skipped it. Okay. What the hell? Yo. Ba-ba, ba-da-da. Ba-da. If I would hear you rap, I would think of your last language as English. What is this version of the song, bro? You couldn't put a normal version? It's like breaking. Gomenasai. Listen, my first language was Hebrew, technically, anyway, so. Ha. Your rap is still the same? Oh, come on, bro. I had some nice raps back in the day. All right? I'll get a good rap in today, okay? I gotta think of some more things to rap about. YMCA. I was gonna rhyme something with YMCA, but then I'm like, gotta be a little careful on Twitch, you know. YMCA, where we can play. Okay, that works. Bars. How you doing though, Epicuro? Is it lucky though? In 65 resets, we got 2 legendaries. To be honest, that does sound very lucky. How? This is not fully randomized. This is actually pissing me off. Hebrews up them rhymes. Calls your bitch a dime. Yeah, I could rhyme with rhyme too. Yeah? It's rhyming time. I'll make you rhyme. Go eat your lime because you're out of time. I'm about to use brine on this Diglett line. I don't know. Only thing you're rapping is how you meet. You spelled Hitler's name wrong, so it doesn't even matter. You got owned. Can we get one more ice Pokemon? That's like just one more. Reich? What's Reich? YMCA. Journess is gone. Can we get a nice Pokemon? You're just mad that you're a Jew. I'm not mad that I'm Jewish. The joke was just he bruised the rhyme. It just had to happen. He bruised the rhyme. Oh, I didn't even see that. Like he bruised it? Yeah, that's how you spell Hitler. Good job. And you keep using your incorrectly, Angel. It's kind of cringe. Just kidding. Just kidding. YMCA. What? Excuse me. All right. Should we just try to find a Pokemon in the grass here? I don't want to verse this Whammon, but I don't want to risk running into Yanmega and dying. Oh, this is so frustrating. What? Excuse me, Angel. You can what better than me? You and Nathan said that. Wait, I gotta find that clip. That was one of the funniest clips. That was one of the funniest moments. We don't do that here, sir. You spelled it wrong. Listen, look, you do what you want to do, but don't include me in that. Oh no, ad coming up. 17 seconds. I'm sorry, guys. I can't delay it. Well, I could, but I can't. It's okay. I'll be looking for this clip in the meantime. I know you didn't mean it. I was just joking. There was a thing during Rocket League where Nathan said a similar thing, Angel. It was really funny. Me and Tyler responded back in the day when Tyler used to come through. Let me see. Let me see if I could find the clip. Oh, I like this song. Good music. Rocket League. Was it this one? This is not Rocket League. I'm gonna look for it right now. What's your favorite Pokemon? Rayquaza, probably. The one that I am in the screen. He's up there. I like Rayquaza. How about... Oh. I'm getting boozed. Where was it? Damn it. If someone could find that clip. That would be awesome. It was a clip where Nathan was like... He said a similar thing and we're just laughing because it's so funny.
I'm at soup.
Aaron earns an iron earn.
Whatever. I can't find it. Good girl. Are you challenging me again? No, stupid. I can rape better than you. You know, people think that rape and virgin and incel are words you can't say on Twitch, but you can't use them derogatorily. You could still say them, which technically means you could use them. Like, you could use them. You could say some really messed up stuff, but just not be derogatorily. But not derogatorily, you know. Bad girl. Guys, they're spamming emotes, but it makes me feel like I'm a big streamer. So that's pretty cool. I know you want it. I know what boo boo. I touch your pee-pee. All right, come on. Can we get an ice Pokemon? Bro, I'm going to gift a sub if this is an ice Pokemon. If the next Pokemon's ice Pokemon, I'm gifting 10 subs to the community. All right? 10 subs. 10 subs. God damn it. I am a big streamer. Aww. Thank you. I don't think. Obviously, I'm not a big streamer. I'm still a small streamer. I'm a small guy, small streamer. I don't know, but you know, like that's life is like that. Sometimes, It's hard to make more emphasis on the zoom in when music plays, to be honest. Babu. Ooh, what if you guys spamming emotes makes Twitch think that there's a lot of activity on the channel, and then they recommend the Twitch stream to like 1 billion people, and then like 1 billion people jump on stream, and we become famous. Perhaps not big, but a good one for sure. Aww. Thank you, sir. Arigatou gozaimasu. I gotta get better, though. Hey, hey, hey. Damn, this song is long. You know what else is long? this song. That's about it. That's the only thing that's long over here. I got an average sized hand. Okay, at this point, nope. I gotta stick in there. That's what she said. But I gotta stick in there. Look at that heart. That's an R right there. Aww. What is that? Intersex pride? Oh, I didn't know that was a thing. How many intersex streamers are there? Isn't intersex when it's half? Yeah, it's half. Intersex streamers. I bet you there's not one. I bet you there's one intersex streamer. It's kind of crazy that they have that emote, TBH. I want to be a rapper when I grow up. Bro, I'm already a rapper. So stupid. Yo. Oh, this guy's almost as good as me. This sounds nice. Is this the new big rapper? Because my friend mentioned NF the other day as well. Intersex is a more common trait than red hair. Really? That's actually mad interesting. Oh yeah! Wamba Fett! Are you kidding me? I swear to God, this piece of shite. What do we do here? We might lose the game. I hate Wobbuffet. I hate you put raccoons there? We might lose this run right now. Shit. I'm gonna lock on. Shit, he was using Maricoat. Please kill Wobbuffet. Please kill Wobbuffet. Please. Please. Please don't hit me. Yes, it can't move. Okay. Thank God, bro. Thank God. Wait, does Zap Cannon always paralyze? We got lucky there. And unlucky. Why did we run into stupid Wobbuffet? I see you still have Nuke. Yeah, it was a Wob. We had to go up against a wild Pokemon Wobbuffet, so it was a bit scary. I can't find the original, but remind me of this. The original said raping instead of rapping. Yep. Oh, it always paralyzes. That's actually insane. Wait, I can't show this because it's using copyright.
Lately, I feel so alone.
Oh, starts rapping. That's funny. You had to face off against the wild shit. Exactly. Yeah, I was like, shit. Ooh, you guys are 1-1 right now. Okay, please. I don't want to run into Wobbuffet again. Like, we're running into everything but an ice Pokemon. But I won. When I grow up, I'm gonna touch my butt. When I grow up, gonna touch my butt. I'm gonna say, what's up? Yup. I don't know. Well, are you what is this? This is so stupid. These Pokemon are dumb. Arena Trap. You're just making me get XP for no reason. I need to catch a stupid ice Pokemon. This is so frustrating. Yeah, it was a spam contest. No, bro, come. Wait. Destiny Bond would kill me, right? Okay. Destiny Bond is only for that turn, right? So we should be okay. Like, I don't want to get experience. Oh. Do you like pineapple and pizza? Ew. No. You just need to rush through this area and pass all the... No, I'm trying to look for another ice Pokemon. Because I don't think it's possible to beat... I think it's too scary to go in only with Nuke. Like, Stomp is sucks. Lock-on is kind of useless. And Explosion is not viable. So Zap Cannon is our only chance. And it's 50% accuracy. Yeah, keep your plan off my pizza also. Those is synonymous in it. What? Oh, those is what? What is synonymous? Moscow, touch me in the butt. Why do I keep saying that today? I think it's because I had to poop so much the other night. You belong in the bright side of life. Pineapple out. Hashtag hell yeah. Are you kidding me? I feel like that's not even debatable. I have a friend that loves pineapple on pizza. You know what? Maybe I bring him on stream. Bro, I swear to God, I'm actually getting pissed off now. Should I get my friend to talk about pineapple on pizza and why he thinks it's good? You know what? We're going to do that. Pineapple on pizza. I haven't talked to him in a while, too. I may be bad guy, but I am not a bad guy. At least not bad enough to put the pineapple on the pizza. Is that from a movie? Moscow touch. Give me a nice Pokemon. Moscow, give me a nice Pokemon, or else I'm gonna cry, because this is hard. This is harder than getting an ice starter. Like, no joke. It's dumb. Oh, it's Wreck-It Ralph? Nice. The funny thing is, we might die if we run into a Pokemon that has Dragon Rage, or a Pokemon that has a Sonic Boom. That we can't run away from. There's some opinions that don't deserve to be heard, like your friends about pizza. You think so? I feel like it would become... Yeah, maybe. Aisu! Doko desu ka? Where are you, you piece of shite? See. Yan Mega was in there and it used Sonic Boom. And we couldn't run away. So we almost lost Regice. That's why I'm not going back in there. Oh my god, this is so stupid. Like, this is actually pissing me off because it says that it, like, theoretically, every Pokemon should be randomized. Yeah, Journus popped up so many times, too. Why are you still doing encounters here? Because I can't beat the first... You guys keep asking the same question. Because I'm looking for another ice Pokemon. The first gym is hard without a second Pokemon. It's too risky.
Nice share, Ralph. As fellow bad guys, we've all felt what you're feeling, and we've come to terms with it.
Really?
I never watched the second one for this.
I'm Zangief, I'm bad guy.
Hi, Zangief.
Hi, Zangief. I relate to you, Ralph.
Hi.
When I hit bottom, I was crushing man's skull like sparrow egg. between my thighs. And I think, why do you have to be so bad, Zangief? Why can't you be more like good guy? Then I have moment of clarity. If Zangief is good guy, who'll crush man's skull like sparrow's egg between thighs?
True.
And I say, Zangief, you are bad guy. But this does not mean you're bad guy.
Wait, there was no pineapple in there. You lied to me. You promised pineapple. You liar. Thanks for the hydrate. I'll go get more water. Ice suit? Ice suit. 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 This route isn't gonna accomplish anything, isn't it? Well, we might get a Pookie Moon. Sorry, I'm back. Sorry, I'm back. Good one, Ping Pong. Well, if we find an ice Pokemon, we'll be good. Sometimes it randomizes. Thanks for the stretch. Here in Colombia, it's very popular to add pineapple jam to your hot dog. What? I'm not in that team either. Good. Can we get an applause? Can we get an applause for that? I don't know where my applause is, so... Oh, there it is. Yes! No pineapple jam to hot dog. No! No! That is wrong. Not the booze. I can't take it. The pineapple was me? Oh. I just had the most creamy fart. You ever smell your farts and you're like, wow, that actually doesn't smell bad. That Eggman doesn't look like Jim Carrey. We were scammed. Was that Jim Carrey? I like this song. Wait, why did you skip the song, Nathan? Your hair looks like shit. Cause it's brown. I have black hair. What about mushrooms on cheese dogs? Ugh. Cheese dogs, ugh. Mushrooms, ugh. So probably not. Oh yeah, you didn't skip. Why did you want to skip though? Yeah. Damn, I haven't heard this in so long. It actually stop arena trapping me. Oh, I don't want XP. Oh, you meant for Ayaya? You meant you want to skip Ayaya? Ayaya. Yeah. Ayaya. Bro, I'm a rapper. You know why? Because I can say ayaya. 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 I'm in a really weird state of mind right now. Because we got Regice on the first run. That's why. But we can't find a Pokemon. Oh, thanks for the lurk, bro. Okay, that's enough of that. PP is a raper because he's a rapper. I don't know if rappers are rapers, to be honest. Or they have rapers. Rapers, people who have rapers are people that sword attack, right? What is it called? Oh my god, this is so... You know what? I think I'm just gonna move on. I kind of give up already. I'm so pissed off. Like, this is so stupid. Oh my god. Oh, I should probably heal for the pee-pee. I'm an amazing flute player. Are you kidding me? Watch. How am I an I'm an amazing flute player. Okay. Watch this. My God. Okay, it's not a flute. Whatever. It's close enough. It's a flute, guys. It's a flute. I always called it a flute. It's a recorder. You guys are right, okay? My shit flute player, what? I was talking about fencing, yes. Yoasobi. Yoru ni kakeru. Poetic. Thank you. You see, at least one person here respects the flute. I mean, a recorder. Should I be impulsive and verse the skater, or should I be smart and look for a nice Pokemon? Damn it! We can't explore any more area. Or do I take a risk and go to where Yan Mega is? Taking a risk. Taking a risk. Okay, good. It's not Yan Mega. Whatever that is, he plays it like a dog driving on a motorcycle going to a gas station while on drugs while in the bird. And what's wrong with that, huh? What are you, racist? I'm a bit pissed you called it a flute. Why would that piss you off? That's such a weird thing to piss you off. I just called it a flute. And it's a recorder, okay? I got it wrong. I corrected myself. Jesus. You guys trigger me. No, you guys don't trigger me. Buff Reese's Puffs. Alright. We're gonna look here. Where there are no arena trap stupid Pokemon. Reese's Puffs. And they're lower level, so we have a better chance. I have to be fast too. If by the 2-hour mark I don't beat the second gym, I have to do 50 jumping jacks. Which I don't want to do. Oh my God, who cares, Nathan? You guys are such babas. I corrected myself, okay? This is a flute. I was joking. It's a recorder. Yes, flute is harder. 50 isn't too bad. Yeah, I know. That's why I said 50. I like that song a lot, actually. Da, da. Nathan's flute playing arc is honestly a surprising development. True. Nathan plays a bunch of instruments. Bro, don't make it negative. Ah, fine, that's fair. Nuzleaf has nips? Wait, it does? I didn't realize that. We can't listen to the song. Sorry. Unfortunately, Epicuro, this is age restricted and it doesn't let me play. It doesn't let me play on the website. Not another Yan Mega. The sad thing is I have to run away. Oh, I could. Okay, that's good. Thank you, Epicuro. I gotta pay attention to Nuzlocke's... Nuzlocke's? Nuzlocke? Nuzleaf's nipples next time. You hope my Pokemon dies? It's kind of racist. Why, because he's white? Wow. Wow. Greninja, go home. Oh, it has 2 little nipples. Like 2 little dots over there. Look at those nipples. Look at them. He actually has nipples. He has the little nipples. Anyway. Give me the nut. Because his owner is a nub. Wow. Wow. I have a harmonica too. You guys want to hear the harmonica? I have no idea where it is though. Yeah, never mind. I don't know where it is. I could play the guitar. Play the fine. Let me look for it.
Aww.
Where are you? Where are you? Harmonica. Where are you? Harmonica. Yeah, it's not really here. No, it's actually a harmonica. It's actually a harmonica. You think I won't find an ice Pokemon? Are you telling me to move on and lose Nuke? I don't think I could solo the first gym. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think it's possible. You're basically telling me to lose Nuke and restart. That's what you're telling me right now, Doctor. That's what you're telling me, okay? How screwed up is that, bro? All right, you know what? I'll go look for the harmonica. I feel like you guys really want to see it. I might as well put an ad on while I look. Ugh. Jesus. I couldn't find it. In the end. I couldn't find it in the end. But you know what I did find? Wait. You know what I did find in the end? Alright. You guys are going to be happy. You know what I did find in the end? I found... Drum roll. A second flute. Yeah. I mean, recorder. Look at that. We got two now. I also found this comb. And this. Which is for guitars. Sorry. Anyway. And then it doesn't even matter. True. Alternatively, you can keep doing this, then do it anyway when you realize there aren't going to be any ice types. But there could be. Alright, Tush is a bitch. I put the actual song and he misses it. Oh, I'm sorry. I like this song. There's one thing you should know. Wait, what song did I miss? Cumsack? You found your pee-pee? Route 3 has 16 encounters. Oh, there's only 7 encounters on Route 2? Alright, let's count. One thing you should know. Let's count the encounters. We got Yan Mega. Was that Happy Birthday on crack? I don't know. Too fall to lose it all. We got Yan Mega. We got Greninja. What else we had? We had Nuzleaf. Where's the limit of negative IQ? There are no limits. When someone asks me to reset it, I reset it. That's how it works. That's how Mafia works. You're missing a song because you walked away. I didn't put Reese's Puffs and cue Nathan pudding. Wait, I already heard it. Reese's Puffs. I heard it today. I reacted to it. Do this right now. What is this? You sound like an Instagram ad.
I'm John Cena!
Jesus Christ. I'm not doing that. Loud equals funny. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right, Doctor. I think there are no ice Pokemon. Yeah, sorry about that, Prince. You could blame Angel. Come on, Angel. What's wrong with you? I will do this, though. Is the recorder loud? Recorder. You guys are such bubbies. Alright. We're just gonna move on. Just don't... Yes, don't kill me. Stop. Stop, you stupid Yan Mega. Oh my god, what are you double teaming for? I'm not even attacking you, you stupid fascist. Just let me run away. Actually, Jesus. Da, 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 da. Get a bit more pissed. I hope you die. I hope I die too. I don't want to live forever. Yeah, I guess there are no Pokemon here. I'm not clicking on your links right now, Angel. I don't want to blast everyone's ears off. Come on, bro. You gotta be considerate to everyone. Alright. We're gonna go lose Nuke. Okay, see you, Prince. We're about to lose Nuke, I think. You can try Route 3. I can't. I can't try Route 3. I don't have access to Route 3. Behem is actually pretty strong. But our special defense is insanely high. You're talking about my Pokemon? Oh, okay. I think Nuke is gonna die, to be honest. Ooh, finally! Okay, he has an ice move. And it's a special move. Definitely taking out... Stomp does 65 damage? Doesn't matter. Not worth it. Isn't that the second one you were doing? Bro, I have deja vu. Like, we had this exact same conversation. I thought that was route... I thought that was the same route. Maybe you're right. Yeah, this is Route 3. We already saw like a bunch of Pokemon here, though. But yeah, I don't know if I've seen all 16 either. There was Wobbuffet. Let's try to keep in mind. We had Wobbuffet. Before I go, I actually play a song that... Not song, video. Fine.
I'm John Cena!
You guys are so stupid. I stopped it literally perfectly. I'm not...
I'm John Cena!
Uh-oh. Bruh. You guys are crazy. You could have kept Stomped and worked with Paraflinch. The thing I didn't like about Stomp was that, yeah, I probably should have taken out Explosion to be honest, but Stomp, his physical attack sucks, and Stomp hits for 65, and Regice's physical attack is literally 50. I think it's really bad. Peace. Deuces. There's no blast to it. I know. But yeah, I probably should have kept Stop. Wait, how does it's... What do you mean by Paraflinch? Like it flinches half the time or something? Yeah, I think we ran into... I don't think we ran into 16 Pokemon, but I have no idea, actually, to be honest. You know what? We're just going to go for the gym. We're going to try it out. We have Zap Cannon. Worst case scenario... Oh, we have Icy Wind now, too. Actually, which is insanely strong, because his special attack is insanely strong. So I'm not as worried with Regice right now, to be honest. I actually forgot about that. If we didn't have Icy Wind, it would be a little scarier. It's going to be risky. So this next trainer will be a bit difficult. The chance of your opponent not to move because of the paralysis plus flinch chance. Ah, that's what you meant by paraflinch. I thought you meant by like half the time it flinches or something. Ooh, perfect. Yes, Grovyle will go down to Icy Wind. Yes. Okay, that's good. That's really good. That's actually really, really good. And Barax. That's not good. Oh, it only is scratch. No! Should I use Lock On? No, we're fine. Okay. I'll go for Lock On here. Just why I don't see a reason to risk it. Ah, yes! Yes! We did it! Wait, why am I getting excited? We didn't even verse the first gym leader yet. It's just this one has taken out runs also. This girl. Wrong way. Sweeping, baby. Yeah, hopefully today's the last run. I'm feeling good. If we could get an ice Pokemon, if we could beat the first gym without losing, I think this could be a really good run. Because we'll have a lot of chances for more Pokemon. Just gonna heal up. No reason to take any risks here. Imagine I get poisoned, and then after the battle, Regice dies because of poison. That would suck. You know what? Let's buy an antidote. Just in case there are no antidotes. God damn it. We'll buy one more potion. Just in case. Come on. Move, roller skater girl. This verse. No! I'm such an idiot. Oh my. I'm so stupid. This is why I save. I've made mistakes like that on previous Nuzlocks, and I literally restarted I've had to reset Nuzlocke because of mistakes like that in the past. I am not doing that again. In this case, I think it probably would have been fine because I don't think we would have gone past the level cap. But yeah, bruh, yeah, I played myself twice. Hey, you can't use that word, Angel, derogatorily on Twitch. This song's a banger. Yeah, I love this song too. What is this from My Hero, right? This is in my playlist. Okay, the moment of truth. If I could freaking get in the building. Well, I'm actually an idiot. Okay, this time I saved right here though. Well, Twitch does, which means I have to. Which means you have to, or you should. Because if you don't, you get timed out and then banned. Unfortunately. Okay, Angel? I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Alright, we gotta put some music. Okay. We gotta put some insane. We gotta put some epic music. Ugh, I opened a music thing. What music is good for this? Wow, that's intense. We'll go with this. If we win this, we have a great chance for this to be the last run. Run 65. If we lose, it's over. We're gonna need to hope for pretty decent Pokemon here. Okay, Turtoga, not bad. That's actually really good. That's really good. If we hit with Zap Cannon, that should be a one-hit KO. Let's go. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. All right, we only have one Pokemon left, and it's a Silcoon. I'm prematurely celebrating because, Jesus, bro. That's a win. That's a win. Jesus, I had to press so many buttons. Oh, that's such an easy win. Easy clap. Easy clap. Let's go. What? It's still alive? I will leave you like how my dad did. Why, you want to be like your dad? I mean, you could do that. That would happen, unfortunately. I don't make the rules, bro. Ah! The water just splashed on myself. Am I gone? I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. Oh, yes. That was so lucky. We got so lucky there. Oh, I always forget to put the badge thing. I don't make the rules. I gotta be prepped for the future when we're big streamers, you know? I don't want to screw up. Sorry, I'm looking for the thing. Okay, there we go. To add the badges. I'll take my you were right now. You were right, but you spelled were wrong. So, yeah. But that could have been worse. But good job, Doctor. Thank you for telling me how many encounters per route. That was actually helpful information. So, arigato gozaimasu. Let me just add the badges here real quick. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. Reset, refresh. Let's go. It worked. Like you'll be a big streamer. Yeah, statistically speaking, probably not, yeah. But I'll be a decently I'll be a no, I'll be a streamer. Let's go with that. Okay. Woo! Watch. By August, I always get confused here. I always think you have to go through the other painting. Woohoo! By August, okay. By August 2022, I will be a mid to large streamer. Mark my words. Clip it and ship it. I will have at least 50 average viewers, which is good to me. Clip it, ship it, eat it in a pip-it. I don't know. Okay, now we get experience share and we get a chance to actually do good. Sure you will. Yeah, be a doubter, bro. Be a doubter. Just like everyone else in my life. Ugh. Nah, not everyone's a doubter. The most important thing in anything you do is for you to be confident in yourself more so than other people being confident in you. So, that was close. We could skip all these peeps. Make an almost a year prediction. Exactly. Clip it. August 2021. I will be a mid to large. I will have at least 50 average viewers. Or maybe not. Can I have the channel if you're wrong? Just so there's stakes, you know? Yeah. Doctor gets the channel if I'm wrong. Boom. 2 subs you won't. Eat it in a biscuit. 2022. Did I say 2021? August of 2022, I will be a mid to big streamer. Clip it and ship it, boys. 50 subs at least. Subs? 50 viewers. Jesus, I keep ruining it. Whatever. You guys understand. No, it doesn't. I love how you could just skip that whole area. Okay, so there is a double battle ahead. Oh, I have to change the level caps. Yes, no, man, la, la. What is the level cap now? I think it's 25? What is it? It is 25. Oh, it is 25. I'm a genius. Clip and ship it and eat it in a biscuit. Oh, that's what you were saying. Lol. Lol XD. Shit. We have to verse the professor. I forgot about that. That's actually a bit... That's going to be a bit difficult. So I'll have to go back to the last route and grind. See if we could get any Pokemon. Let me go heal up first. Where's the heal up? It's so far away. No. Let me heal up. Oh, okay. So that's my alarm. It's certainly late here, so I should be leaving already. I'm having much fun lately here. Thank you.
Goodbye.
I'm happy you're having fun. But see ya, and Merry Christmas. I don't know if you celebrate Christmas. What route was that for? I don't know, to be honest. I'm gonna go check it out. Ugh. Wrong way. Oh, bro, I'm not trying to go that way. Okay. Where did we come from? Kanai Joe, I've been married a long time ago. 2 more days for Christmas. Yeah, you guys doing anything cool? Probably not. Wait, what route did it say? Let's see. It is Route 4, yes. Jesus, that man is going crazy. 6 encounters? Alright, well, I gotta check out what encounters they are. We got Donphan. I am. Why wouldn't I be streaming tomorrow? No, no, no. We got Whiskash. We have 4 more opportunities. This opportunity. Come on. Beyonce. We're going to my hometown, Mexico. Nice. That's 3 encounters, right? 3 more encounters. Flaffy. Okay, 2 more encounters. 2 more encounters. Come on. Okay, we still have 2 more. I mean, I'm not Christian. I don't celebrate Christmas. I didn't realize it was already the 22nd. This month actually passed by so quickly. Yeah, you're getting Chingling. We have 1 more encounter left, ladies and gentlemen. We gotta... This becomes intense. 1 more encounter in this route, or else we're screwed. Come on, please be ice. Whirlpeed, are you serious? I guess that's all of them. Unless... Wait, there's more than 6 encounters. Doctor. We didn't get Chinchou before. Unless we didn't, I'm stupid. Keep going just in case the website... Yeah, I think either the website was wrong or it randomizes more, but just not every Pokemon. Yeah, okay. There's like a bunch of new encounters here. There was more than 6 for sure. That's like already 8, I think. It's supposed to randomize every wild Pokemon, so it would make sense for there to be more than what's accurate anyway, so... Oh, Venusaur, yeah, it's definitely more. We just got 9 encounters. Let me run away, Venusaur, baby. Baby mama drama. It's a song, right? Come on my butt, bro. Maska. Yes, no more, no, doesn't it? Maybe if we go in the yellow grass flowers. No, it's just Whirlipede. I thought it would just randomize the routes and encounters. I thought it would just have every Pokemon random, because that's what it says on the randomizer. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, now it seems like they have 80% or something where they just randomize the routes encounters, and then like 20% or 10 or 5% that are completely random. Like a Giratina. That's our 10th encounter this route. Lightning all around me. No! Oh, it's fine. I thought it was... whenever I see dragon, I get scary. Ethan finally found me, and your voice was all I heard. That's 11 different encounters now. Give me reason, prove me wrong. Maybe each flower is a different, like, encounter. That would be cool. Oh, maybe. What the hell? Froakie, 12 encounters. Give me a reason. So this should be theoretically different. Oh. Yeah, it might be different patches, have different Pokemon. Jubilant, cross this new divide. It's okay, we could still chill and talk. Memories left with landing. So there's like 12 random encounters now. Like snow. If you get an ice, you gift 15 subs or 10. Nah, I'm not gonna say that for every encounter. I'm not rich, bro. I make nothing. Literally nothing. Well, no, not literally. I make some money. Thanks to you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. Arigatou gozaimasu. But I also pay rent, and that rent is a lot. Yeah, so far it seems like 11 or 12 encounters. Distance in the race. No for 5 his route. I don't even know what that means. Okay, I'm pretty sure the professor has 3 level 10 Pokemon. So theoretically, Nuke could possibly sweep them depending on what the professor has, but what's up, Chris? How you doing? Look at our starter. Good news, this is our starter. Bad news, we can't find a good Pokemon. And your voice was on. Yo, Chris, you missed it. Last night, I was playing Osu again, and I was putting a bunch of Japanese songs. I put freaking like Pretender, Lemon, like Anohana from that anime you like. You would think he can't do much at this level, but he actually has decently high special attack and very high defense and HP. So he could tank a lot, and he has really strong moves. Well, Icy Wind is good, and Zap Cannon is like really strong, but it has 50% accuracy. Hell yes. Yeah, I was spitting on the songs, and Lando came in, he raided, and I was like, damn, if Chris was here. So we might play it later tonight. I want to freaking get another ice. Ooh, you see? New encounter. 12th to 13th encounter. Very weird. Lando did good yesterday. He was drawing some Pokemon stuff, right? He got a lot of subs and got a train going. Hey, nice. Very nice. When are you going to start YouTube or Twitch, Chris? You streamed yesterday? Why didn't you tell me? Damn, you didn't want me to know? Wow. 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 You were streaming? So what? Are you gonna stream today? Soon be with you, my love. Soon be my dark surprise. Stay with you, darling, soon. Be with you till I just put notifications on so I could see next time you stream. I'm boring though. I'm just studying. So what? People like that sometimes. Floats, that's like the 13th random encounter. Okay, so Doctor, I think it's definitely possible to get an encounter here. I'm gonna get an ice. Oh, this worked last time. Oh, that would have been crazy if that was an ice Pokemon Angel. Bro, I'm boring too. I'm literally searching in the grass for a Pokemon. For like the whole stream. For the past 2 hours. I was gonna say that as well. Salute to my love. Morning of just week 2. That's why I think I'm gonna go shiny hunting for the next Nuzlocke. Which is similar to this, but at least we get a shiny. You give us hope. Oh! What the? Huh? Not hell yeah, I can't catch it. And it could kill me. Okay, thank God. In the sunshine. I meant to say ho-oh. But so we got like 13 or 14 different encounters here. They're definitely randomized. They have a certain percentage of completely random Pokemon. That's what it seems to be. Like, we got a Zoroark. That's like 15 different encounters already, just on this route. That gives me hope. Hats off. Okay. Angel, 3 more starting now, yeah? Let's see. I'll put the top hat. 8 in the red flowers, 8 in the yellow flowers. Bro, you're joking. Are you serious? We've already gotten like 14 encounters, which must mean that we have like two more encounters left. If that's true. Unless you're just trolling me, Doctor. Yeah, I guess. Okay, nice. Okay. You put a link, I'll take your word for it. With you, my love. So we got like 2 more encounters. 2 more possibilities to get an ice Pokemon. And if we don't, this next part is going to be harder than the first gym. I forgot the stupid professor has 3 Pokemon. 3 level 10s too. One more try starting now. Why do I need an ice Pokemon? This is why. I've been waiting so long. I don't know, Streamlabs is not sending out its timed like things. It's not working for some reason. It's actually pissing me off. It hasn't worked in like a week. Be where I'm going in the sunshine of your love. I'll touch your butt. What? Yeah, it is pretty crazy. We got to the 5th gym and like the 7th run, and now we're just doing terrible. I was trying to do Titanic. Wait, let me see if I could do this. Let me see if I could do this. Wait. Oh, I got it. I got it. Come on, bro. You didn't like my plan? Alright. See ya, Angel. Gomen nasai. I'm gonna check the timers right now. I'm really kind of annoyed. I don't know why they're not working. It's supposed to, like, put a message out every so often. Maybe if I turn it off and on. That tends to fix things in life. Turn on! Okay. We'll see if that worked. I do need a stretch. That feels good. I like how they zoom into Nuke. We got 2 more chances. 2 more chances for an ice Pokemon. If not, we're forced to possibly lose Nuke, which would suck butt. Come on. Stupid Fluffy. It's okay, though. Na, 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 na. Also here, if anyone wants to put some music on. Come on, come on, come on. Chincho. No. Is it like this hard? Oh! It lagged a bit. Ugh. Bro, Whirlipede is like one of the most annoying Pokemon to see. It's in... Jesus. I usually don't wear my my jacket for this long on stream. Anyway. Chris. I am playing this on PC through an emulator. I mean, yeah, through an emulator. It's so weird, though, how the Pokemon come up at different times. It is cool, yeah. It's actually at 175 times speed right now. Also, I've added different things like, boom, I could do that. Boom, you know? I think that's kind of cool. I could zoom in. And then if I really want to, I could zoom more in. Slightly more, you know? Then I could say hello. What's up? What's up, Mac? How are you? How are you doing? You're an expert. I couldn't figure out my setup yesterday. I'm an expert, but it took me 1,000 hours of streaming, and I'm not an expert, but I'm pretty good at the buttons and pressing all the stuff, but it took me 1,000 hours to get this, you know? Haha, true. Yep. Just got off the game. Oh, Delphox. Okay, we have one more random Pokemon. One or two more. Okay. Shit. Let me run away, Delphox. Hey, Core, my baboon? What? Your next board. I couldn't find a bit. Oh, turning it on and off actually worked. Now the timer is working. Aww. Thanks for the sub, bro. Damn. It doesn't turn on the face. Okay, there we go. I got this. Thank you for resubbing. Thank you for resubbing. Chris. Pretty amazing, right? It doesn't do everything it's supposed to. You see, I run into issues like every day of streaming because I have all this stuff set up. So I might be an expert, but not really. Fix sub alert. Y'all be chilling when it's late? Of course, bro. Of course. You said you were gonna be here the whole stream yesterday, but you weren't, Mac. Or maybe you were, and I just, you just weren't. You weren't talking. Thanks for the sub, though. Jesus, it's been half a year of subs. I challenge you to Mario Kart. I'm watching stream through that monitor. Not right now. I'll play if you convince Ping, but that probably won't be today. Yeah, probably not today. When stream's about to end, that's so much work. I'll tell you what, though. I'll set it up for a possible Mario Kart tomorrow, okay? Set up Mario Kart. I'll also have it set up so we could play games on Switch easier in the future. Because ever since all my OBS stuff got deleted, that was a little harder to set up. You're a lurkin? Oh, okay. Then I appreciate it. Thank you, Mac. But how are you, Mac? How are you? This song sounds cool. You wouldn't be a bad musician streamer? I thought of doing that, but that's a whole nother thing of setup. So once I get an editor for my Pokemon Nuzlocks, I think I'll start doing music. Once I make enough money, I think I'll branch out to other stuff and to streaming longer hours, essentially. It's Christmas break. What you mean? And a showdown? I was thinking of showdown for today, actually. But I didn't expect us to have a pretty decent... If I use Zap Cannon and I miss, the run is over. If I run away and I can't get away, the run is over. What the hell do I do? Shit. Run? I think I could kill him. One hit KO with Zap Cannon. I think it's possible. Please don't miss. Oh, he used Growl. And I didn't miss. Please kill him.
Yes! I'm a sad monkey. I don't know why I'm sad, but I'm a sad monkey. I'm a sad monkey because it's hard to be a monkey in this world. You better not forget that. Everyone hates us. And I hate myself.
Come on, bro. That was a happy moment, and you ruined it with the sadness. Okay. Whew. I think it's safe to say we got through all of the We pretty much found all the Pokemon we can in that route. Hats off. Alright, I'll put on a hat. Ooh, I like this song. Hell yeah, I got Regice, but the problem is I can't find another Pokemon, so it's kind of scary to continue, you know? With the run. I thought you would die. I thought I would die too. I got really lucky. We got the Ping Pong Masters hat right here. Wow, indeed. So, I'll just put that on top of the top hat. Go study, bro. Go study. Ah! Have a good one, bro. Let me know if you stream. Actually, I have notifications on, so I'll know. Well, I guess you will be streaming. Possibly. Alright. We're gonna have to push in. That's what she said. Merch? It's not official merch. My sister got it for my birthday.
I like
it would be
big
cool
black
to be
balls.
official. Listen, there's nothing wrong with big black balls. Yeah, I don't have official merch though. But I would like these hats maybe to be official merch. I think they look nice. They feel good. They're like good caps. So I'll maybe in the future I'll make it or something. All right, let's go in. Why would you buy it, Angel? Where am I supposed to Where's the stupid office? I already forgot. Follow her. Where'd she go? Oh, it's right here. Never mind. Why did it say balls like that? I don't know. Let's go to 3rd floor. Okay, we could lose the run right here, okay? This stupid professor could ruin everything. If we beat the professor, our odds of like beating this doing well in this run exceed drastically. Okay, so that would be good. I would buy it. Aw, so maybe I'll make it then. That would be cool, I think. Let me put a reminder. I tried to make merch in the past, but the people I tried to make merch with made bad quality t-shirts. So that's why I kind of took it off. But I think for hats, it's like harder to make bad quality hats. So I would buy OnlyFans. Well, I have OnlyFans, so. Oh, God. It's time for the battle of a century. This actually gets kind of heated. All right. What button should we use for this? We gotta win this battle or it's all over. Arceus! Are you kidding me, bro? What do I use on Arceus? Arceus is just regular type, right? Oh my God, it's just normal. Shit. This is like one of the worst. Okay, Icy Wind does have stab damage. It used gravity, so we could be okay here. Come on. It did nothing. No! I'm an idiot. No, I'm an idiot. I'm a big idiot. I'm a big idiot. I shouldn't be using Icy Wind. Shit. I should use Zap Cannon to paralyze. Yes, he didn't miss. Okay. Punishment. Ugh. Okay, that didn't do much actually. Next, we're just gonna spam Icy Winds, cause he is paralyzed. So we do have that. Yes. Okay. This is looking good. We might go for one more zap. Oh yes, critical hit. Okay, hopefully the next two Pokemon are not crazy. Oh my God, we went up crazy levels here. Houndoom. What? We're getting so unlucky. Oh. What do we do against Houndoom? Houndoom's Fire Dark. So Ice is not going to work here. Electric is our best bet. We can't miss this. Okay, he used Howl. Shit. We missed. He used Emperor. Okay. That's fine. We tanked it pretty easily. We have to hit this next one. I'm not taking the risk in case the next Pokemon is insane. We're gonna go on Lock-On. Lock-On makes it so we can't miss the next move. Alright, so we're gonna get the Zap Cannon in. Okay, hell yeah. We got the first 2 Pokemon out of the way. Please be something we could easily take out. Tentacruel. You know what? We're gonna secure the win here. I think this will secure the win, to be honest. Come on. Constrict, that's fine, that's fine. No, you're not dead yet. Okay, it's fine, it's fine. Icy Wind should kill it. Ah! Ooh, Supersonic could have been really bad. Oh, okay. We actually won. We won. Oh, that's good. That's good. Feels good, man, bro. Feels good. GG indeed. Ooh. God damn, Professor, you're insane. The craziest part about that is that we can't have any of these Pokemon. But that was GG. That was GG. I'm not complaining. Yo, Regice is actually a beast. I took Venusaur because he's strong. I don't want them to get it. I don't know if they get one of them, though, to be honest. Blah, 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 blah. Your hands on me. We need Curum. Curum literally cures the run. But whew. Maybe I should have gone zoomed in for that battle to make it more intense. What do you guys think? Do you think this would have made it more intense? Probably, right? You live and you learn. Whew. Let's go. GG indeed. Yo, Regice is a killer. Thank God it got Icy Wind. If it didn't have Icy Wind, that could have been bad. Okay, in the next route, like, I hope we get an ice Pokemon. I think this is the furthest we've gone without getting access to an ice Pokemon, which is just insane. Okay, now, from what I remember, we have to go to the cafe, but we'll heal up first. Jesus Christ, bro. We gotta get rid of Venusaur, too. Sorry, Venusaur. Sorry, not sorry. I would have loved to use you. Get out of here. Get the f out of here, bro. Get out of here. That's what New Yorkers say. I'm so funny. All right, let's get out of here. I'm so funny. Oh no, I don't meet up with her. I meet up with the other girl. I have so many girlfriends. Where do I go? The stupid dog follows me. Okay, I think I have to go to... Oh, there she is. She's just standing in the door like a weirdo. She's like, bruh. She just waited for me. What if I never went to her? Route 5 is supposed to have 20 encounters? Oh, okay. Well, that makes me feel much better. Venusaur is your favorite? Aw. I like Venusaur a lot too, actually. Even though he's kind of ugly. Or at least his sprite looks ugly when you just look at it. But I like him a lot as a... That was my first... Like, I picked him as my starter for my first run of Leaf Green, so. Ikuza! Okay, we've already went through all this. We're gonna have to do a double battle, actually. So, we're gonna have to do a double battle. We're gonna have to verse Tierno, and then we're gonna have to do another double battle with our teammate, with one of our rivals. So, that's probably going to be okay. Best case scenario, we found a really good ice Pokemon in the grass right below me. And then we demolished the double battle, which is literally right here. And we should be good. I used to play this song. I do remember, yes. I like it. Kabuto. Did you play it this time as well? Oh, you did request it. Very nice. You're not the only one that requests Living Tombstones, by the way, which is cool. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have the Streamlabs thing. Check out my latest video. Okay, we have 2 encounters. Basically, we need 1 encounter out of the next 18 encounters, random encounters, to be an ice Pokemon. If it's not an ice Pokemon, then we're just getting insanely unlucky today. What the hell? The stupid... I hope the Sceptile doesn't pop up a lot. So we ran into a Sceptile. What was the other Pokemon? I already forgot. I'm gonna put my webcam on... Oh, and Kabuto. Kabuto is a Naruto character, I think. Oh, my bad. My bad, Angel. Kabuto Sage Mode. Yeah, hell yeah. Hey, don't spoil it. Nah, I'm joking. I mean, it doesn't spoil for me, but... So usually here we also... This should be a randomized item. Okay. So we've gotten fossils here before, but... 8 in the normal grass, 8 in purple flowers, 4 in hordes. Ugh, hordes could be annoying. I hope there's no ice Pokemon in hordes, to be honest. So 8 in normal grass. This is our 3rd in the normal grass. Thank you, Doctor. Krogunk, Kabuto, and Jesus. That's 5, right? Kabuto, Melodic, Grovyle, or Sceptile, or whatever. It's like 4 or 5. I already lost count. I think it was 4. 4 more encounters. Ooh, 3 more encounters. It's good we're not running into duplicates. It just makes it easier to go through this part of the game. Then again, hordes could pop up as well. Spiritomb! Yo, Spiritom's actually an insane Pokemon, but we can't catch it. So I think that's 6 now. I think 2 more encounters, right? Unless I'm dumb. What website did you use? Okay, so that's a duplicate over here. I scrolled up and I found the website. Okay, awesome. I'm going to use that for the future. In case chat doesn't tell me or whatever. Milotic does kind of look slimy. Go a few extra encounters to fact check. Yeah, I'll do that. But it seemed to be accurate for the last area. Right now we have technically at least, at least 2 more encounters. At most, who knows, maybe 4-ish, 5-ish. I don't think it's too many more, if it is more. Imagine we lose to wild Pokemon. One of the suckiest parts about Nuke is that he's very slow. His speed is very low, so it's hard to run away from wild encounters. And like if we go up against like a dragon type Pokemon that has Dragon Rage, it could hit us for 40 attack, because Dragon Rage always does 40 damage. And we have less than 40 life right now. So if that were to happen and we tried to Icy Wind, we wouldn't be fast enough and we would lose the run. Which is why I should technically go back and heal up right now. And since we're getting duplicates, I might actually just do that. Ooh, Pokemon Lo-Fi. You know the Lo-Fi girl? She just released a statement or whatever saying that her music will be copyright free. So you could use them on streams and YouTube and stuff, which is awesome. But I don't want lo-fi music for... Like, we put copyrighted music right now, you know. But I don't want lo-fi music. Like, when does lo-fi music fit like if we're in a battle, it doesn't really fit, you know? If something sad happens, it could fit, but not really. It's just the chill type music. Sonic Lofia Studio Polit. Oh! Bro! Yo! Shit. No! I forgot to buy Great Balls. I think we have access to Great Balls now. That's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is I'm almost certain Kyurem has Dragon Rage. The thing is, if we don't catch it now, we can't catch it for the rest of this run, and Kyurem is definitely a need for this run. So I'm thinking of Zap Cannoning and trying to catch. Zap Cannon will paralyze too. Okay, it used in prison. That's good. Shit. Come on. No!
Hungry Pieman, 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 Hungry.
Oh my god. Wait. Come on. Please. Please catch him. If this doesn't catch and he's not paralyzed, we'll probably die. I don't want to run away from this. I feel like we need to cure him. Please. Okay, it used in prison. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna go for one more zap cannon. I'm an idiot. I should have locked onto him. I gotta think of which song to put for this. I don't know. I don't know what's good for this. I don't know what's good. Whatever, I don't care. Alright, I'm just gonna Icy Wind him. I can't use Icy Wind because he has Icy Wind. Shit. Of course I won't use Explosion. Come on. I should have bought Great Balls. I'm such an idiot. I don't learn from my mistakes. One. Please be paralyzed. Okay, it's paralyzed. It's paralyzed. I get too excited and I screw up. I have to ZX, AB. No, so close! Oh my god, I'm getting so lucky that he's paralyzed. I can't hit him either. Come on. If we catch you, this run is sealed. Oh, come on! He used Icy Wind. Please. Oh, he tanked it. Okay. He tanked it. We have a chance. This is pretty much it. If he uses Dragon Rage, it's over. If he uses Icy Wind and he doesn't crit, we could still be okay. Come on! Oh, this Kyurem is so dumb. I'm so lucky. Come on. We only have 6 Pokeballs, though. I should have bought Great Balls. No! We were actually close for once. We were actually close. We had an arc so close. We could have caught him. And why didn't we? Because I'm a loser. Because we literally messed up. You know why? I didn't buy Great Balls. Honestly, if I bought Great Balls, this could have been different. We're now on reset number 66. And then we go back to happy music. Oh my god. I'm such an idiot. I'm such an idiot. That's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because we could have had, like, pretty much a perfect run. Like, no joke, a perfect run. And we didn't because I didn't expect a Kyurem to actually show up. Like, I did not expect that in a million years. And then we get so lucky that we have like four chances to catch it. And I had no Great Balls. Because I didn't buy any. Because I was like, well, I didn't have to throw my Pokeballs yet, so it should be fine. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Let me put the level cap back to 12. And cry myself to sleep. It's okay, it's okay. Listen, you learn from your mistakes, right? That's a saying, right? So hopefully that's what'll happen here. As long as we get to run 69 today, I'm happy. Vegetational excitement. Tragic. Emotes. Poro sad. Yes, this is all true. Okay. Where's the stupid folder? I X'd out the folder because I was like, we're not going to have to reset. Oh, God. This is so sad. Now I have to reopen the stupid window. Okay, it's okay. We're good. We're Gucci, Gucci, ga, ga, ga. I'm tired, but I want to stay. You do you, bro. I almost drank with the cap on. Okay. 2.5 hours passed, and we did not beat the second gym. Okay? You know what that means? I have to do 50 jumping jacks. Okay? So, watch this. Funk time. We go from tragic to funky. That was 50. I think. Oh, damn. I gotta put the songs folder somewhere else because I have to press like 10 buttons to get to it. I don't know who this Jack guy is, but you shouldn't steal his stuff 50 times. Okay, we starting off fresh. No big deal. No big dealio. I didn't miss 6. Did I actually? I didn't miss. There you go. Oh, look at that. I just did 6 more for you. Don't worry. Ooh, this sounds mad cool. What the hell? Why do I look so white again? Don't I look white? What happened? Jesus. It's whatever. What's my name? We're just gonna go pee-pee. I can't. We're going pee-pee. I knew it! I did 50. Whatever, bro. More exercise is not bad, right? You're such a troll. I don't know. Oh, my arms are okay, because that's has nothing to do with jumping jacks, really. Next time, choose the girl. It'll give you good luck. You know what? Maybe. I see a lot of guys pick the girl, and I don't know why, but maybe I will. Maybe I will. Yeah, I wasn't sure maybe if I missed one or two. I thought maybe I missed one, but regardless, we got at least 50 done. And now I'm tired. That sounded mad nice. Mac, I like that song. Can you send it to me on can you just send it to me? On Discord? If you're still chilling. It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you are. I mean, how hard you try. Starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. No. Kill him. Kill him. No, don't call me Lil P. Call me Big P. What do we got? What do we got? Oh. I thought it would be crazy if we got Kiram. Bro, that was like almost like the perfect run. I'm actually so mad at myself. Wasn't that like amazing? And I just screwed it up. I think after run 69, we'll go to something else for today. Because that was like so sad. Matter I had to fall to lose it all. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Maybe we'll do chess. Any of you guys feel like playing chess? Go girl. Oh yeah, I gotta pick girl this time. Way you were mocking me. Part of your property. Times have fought with me. Got so far. Oops, wrong button. Not that you knew me back then, but it all goes back to me in the end. Try. Yes, let's go brown girl. We go P. Our name is Pee. I think Pee is just better. Ooh, she's young. And that's all I was gonna say. I'm so much trust in you. Pushed as far as I can go. For all this, there's only one thing you should know. But my trust. Yo, what the hell? Yo, this game would not be. This game would get so much heat. Like if it were made in 2021. Because everything is pink in her room. She's holding like a purse or something. Like it's like gender norms or whatever. She's 10. She's not 10. Is she 10? She's like 12. Doesn't make it better, but she looks cool. That's honestly what I think. But Mother, Mother looks great. One thing, you don't know why. Oh, and the guy is the rival. Oh, I like that. That makes sense. I never thought of that. I like that. I like that because it's like different genders rivals. See, Pokemon XY came out 8 years ago, so she's 18. Ooh, Gotti. That's true, actually. So everything's good. It's a joke. Your description was spot on. How did you describe me? She's a brown girl, and she wears this weird hat for some reason. Lil P, Lady P, Pekins? I want to be Big P. Ugh, we'll go with Lady P. I like that. Come on, Ice Pokemon luck. I got so excited for a second. I thought this was an Ice Pokemon. That was crazy, though. Okay, this is run 69, okay, guys? 69. Wow, indeed. If we don't do good this run, I'm going to punch myself in the face. I'm not actually going to do that. I like this song. Wait, did I copy it over already? I talk too much. Na 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 na. Lady P. What? Run 69, 68 resets. Women can't be large. Letter of alphabet. What? Nintendo has gone too far this time. True. Yo, plus-sized models. We're all about that here. See, the cricket noise doesn't work when there's music playing. I need to have a button that pauses the music. The problem is, Russian queen. When I pause the music, it shows the thing in chat, and I don't like that. I want it to just pause without, you know. But it's whatever. We're gonna be a girl one last time. Maybe white with blue eyes and blonde hair. Maybe that's the way we gotta go. We'll name you Pink. Na, 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 na. I got you, Angel. Na, 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 na. Hey. Boo, 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 boo. I touched my butt and it was very hot because I just did some diarrhea and it's kind of smelly now. I'm a good rapper and you wish you were too. Rah, rah, rah. Lady Pink. Yeah, I think Lady Pink sounds good, right? Arso is the 7429 most popular name. What's the first most popular name? Michael. George. It's probably something like that. Nathan. Doctor. Doctor is a very common name. Why do I have to see where they're going? I love how they leave me. They want me to run. Oh my god, you could almost see underneath her skirt. It's messed up, Nintendo. Get that fixed. Anyway. Muhammad. Well, I don't know why I laughed. Yeah, Muhammad is probably that probably is the number one name. Jordan? I mean, there's a country named Jordan, so I guess. Lady P, baby. So you could be a Lil P as a girl or a boy. That's kind of cool. Aw, what a fail. I should have put some tension for that, but you know what? We're gonna go past. Should we go past run 69? I kind of want to go past 69. Nah, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna go to some chess. Okay, you guys want chess? Well, I don't care. We're playing a little bit of chess. Come join the fun. And then we'll do Osu. I'm really liking Osu lately. Russian queen. If to go girl then? Maybe tomorrow I'll go girl only. Maybe that'll help. I mean, obviously it wouldn't make a difference, but so let me just take a note of what run we're on. Just in case OBS screws up or something. Actually, I could see it in the recording, worst case scenario. Oh my god. But I like writing it down. Where is my pen? Oh, here it is. We're on run 70 is the next one, and we have 69 resets. Haha, because we had 69 runs. Play Among Us? Ew. You're leaving? Okay. Goodbye. You don't want chess? It's so racist. I mean, that's fine. I want some chess. You guys are such as the losers. You don't play chess? Come on, chess is for cool kids. No, isn't chess cool? I thought chess was cool. Mary is for female. For male it's Liam. For female it's James. Oh, Mary for female. Okay. Muhammad would make most sense though. I got it wrong. Okay, so for boys it's James. For girls it's Mary. Jesse, James. How many people you think named their kids Jesse and James because it's Team Rocket? That'd be kind of funny. Okay, guys, what does anyone want to play? Osu is a fun rhythm game. So you guys could give me music and I do like rhythm playing. We're most likely going to play that later tonight because I've been really liking that lately. It's very chill and fun. Yeah. But does anyone want to play some of this? Wait, I think I have to put my information. You know what? Let's just go straight for Osu. No one is saying they want to play chess, and to be honest, I don't know if I could set it up the way I have it right now. Because I would have to log in and blah, blah, blah. So let's play some chess. I'm in Osu. Osu Taimu. Na, 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 na. If that's okay with y'all. Osu. I don't know why I said that. Where's Osu? Osu? There we go. It's not us, it's Osu. Let me just change the title of the stream. I am a noob. I'm gonna go to Osu. I have to sign in. Do you guys remember my password? Boom. Let's go. I remember it. Jesse is the 203rd most possible. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty high. All right. Yeah. We'll start with this. This is Osu. As you guys can tell, I'm a pro. It's harder to read chat during this, but I think it's fun. And it's chill, you know? Na 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 na. It's addicting too. Cause you get to listen to music. You have an excuse to just listen to music and chill, you know? I'm doing like perfect today. I'm in such a mood to do a 24-hour stream right now. But should I? Probably not. Maybe I'll edit on stream. Oh shit, that game. Oh, you know this game. Oh, cool. You have the same name of 770 and all of them are girls? No, that's Ellie. I'm not Ellie. I'm Elliot. Don't lie to me. Ah. I changed the title and description, but thank you. If you refresh, you'll see it change. But you also might get ads, so maybe don't refresh. But I changed it. Thank you. So what songs you want? It says Elliot. How is Elliot all of them girls? That doesn't make sense. Maybe last names. I don't know. Sosageo. We'll do this. I liked this the other day. Fly me to the moon. Many play among the stars. Goodbye. You do that all the time, Angel. Do it, MK. What's MK? Mario Kart or Mario Mortal Kombat?
Bye, I'm going to masturbate.
Okay. I'm happy that you're going to do it and not staying on stream and doing it. So enjoy. Oh, you're playing? Okay. You scared me. Let me just stop the Aw, you're applauding. Oh no, that's the game. But bye. Bye-bye. Do you not want to hear a certain song? Flamingo. Like, this is a song that Chris loves, who was in chat earlier. What's in the night? This song's beautiful. Let me know if it's not too loud or too loud. Please. What should we do? Let's get this. We never beat this. Play Eve? Oh, that's a good one, actually. Just tired? Yeah, no worries. Good night, then. Have an amazing night, and may Jesus be with you. Do you guys think it would be better if I started streaming a bit earlier? Because I feel like sometimes maybe that would be better. I don't know. The only thing is when I walk my dog, it would be like... It would be different. I'll put Eve on next, though, if they have it. I don't know. They don't have a lot of like good Japanese music, unfortunately. Because it's people who make it. Map the maps or something. So, from my understanding. I'm doing so good. Oh my god. I got 90 in a row. Okay, now I'm screwing up. Because I got excited. Lay your hands on me. Oh, I messed it up. I was like on 100 in a row. That's so sad. Because this is actually good. I could hear the song while I'm doing it. It's just perfect. Yes, but no. That must have been like A over here. Can you do bout on stream? What's bout? B. Okay, B is not bad. Fly out. So now I have to go to... What is this called again? What's this game? Also download game. I have to go to the website. And, oh yeah, I could just search here. Let's look up Eve. Eve. So they do have Eve. That's cool. Which Eve? So, oh, Anoka Secret. I think that's one. I'm trying to look for the one that you put on, you request sometimes. Let me know what the name of it is, though, while I'm searching. I think we're gonna go with... excuse me. I'm guessing... Oh, this is from Kimetsu no Yaiba. So we could put this one. Yeah, we could put this one. Well, let me just go to chat. Okay, cool. We're gonna go normal. I'm probably gonna screw this up. Ooh, I'm not doing that bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. 60%. So much concentration. I almost lost. Nah, it's hard. It's hard. Oh, it was harder than I thought. Eve MV. Oh, you did say Eve MV. My bad. I didn't know that was the full name of the song. I don't know what It doesn't look like they have MV. But I do recognize this one. But yeah, you could go to this website and check out also, and then like send me the link of what you want, and I'll play that. That's one of his songs. But if I look at Eve, I don't see MV anywhere. Like, do you see MV? Yeah, like if I search MV also, it doesn't look like there's any MV. Shakira. Do I go to Eve? Like, these are all the Eve songs. The most popular one is the one playing right now. And yeah, Come No Sai. This sounds cool though. I don't know how the song goes, so. Ooh, I'm getting better. Never mind. My hand hurts. Oh, I remember how I got better last time. Wait. I can actually do better. You could actually press Z instead of clicking, which makes it so much easier. See? I'm already doing better, I think. And also doesn't hurt your hand as much. Okay, I don't know. This is hard. I also just don't know the song. Ooh, they must have Tokyo Ghoul. That might be really hard, though. Unravel. This song sounds cool, though. I wish I was better at life. Tell. D-rated goal. Okay, I might be able to do this. Oh, this is better. Yeah. Oh, I forgot to use Z. It's so much better. Instead of clicking. I never even, well, I watched only a few episodes. I binge watched like 10 episodes of the show. And I was like, this is so dark. I don't want to watch this anymore. But this song is just so good to me. I feel like I could 100% this in the future. Because it goes along with the beat, which is nice. Let's go. I'll take a C. I can't believe I thought I had a rating for this. Maybe I never beat it. The only words in this song that I know are flamingo. Here, the next Japanese song I'll sing the whole thing, because I know like a few Japanese songs completely, but they only have one of them on this website, unfortunately. This is the part. Everyone can sing along to this. Anata flamingo. She's saying, or he's saying, you are a flamingo. I don't know why, but he says it. Oh, I messed up. Ooh! I just got 100 in a row. Are you guys proud of me? Oh, I almost missed that. That was very random. Ah, I missed it. I could have gone out there. Now my finger hurts from pressing it. That's what she said. I don't know. Flamingo. Sorry, I'll try to read chat. It's just a little hard in the middle of this. When you were in Japan, I almost read it. Had you ever heard about? This is like a challenge, trying to read chat while playing. Have you ever heard about Riot of Color? It sounds vaguely familiar. It sounds a little bit familiar, so maybe. Riot of Color. It's a band. I could put... Listen, I'm always down to listen to more new music, so... I could put it on after... Or after the next one after this, because I did promise to play one that I could sing in Japanese. Flamingo. Flamingo. Come on, I'm such a beast. You know EVMV? I know Eevee because of you, but I don't know what MV is. I couldn't really find it on the website. It is a band though? Okay. Riot of Color. No, an ad starts in 5 seconds. Okay, I might as well go pee-pee. I'll be right back. Should I put the peep? Nah, I'm just gonna leave it. Flamingo. Damn, it says ad in progress. EVMV is in the band. Oh, cool. What song did I want to play? I wanted to play Lemon, because I could actually... I know all the words. Oh, yeah, I could just type. There we go. This song is beautiful. I don't hear no cut. I've never seen the movie for this. I think it's from a movie? Maybe not. Ni anata daime ni miru seta momo tori yo kaeru yo ni I'm 100%ing. I'm probably gonna screw up. Yep, I already screwed up. I can't sing and play at the same time. It's harder than playing guitar at the same time. Mama きっとこの一生き続くことなどきっとわかっているあの日の悲しみさえあの日の苦しみさえ愛してたあなたと共に離れないにこえるもの匂い雨だがり止むまでは帰れないあなたは私の光Come on, Streamlabs. You baited me into thinking someone was chatting. あなたのそもそうだ過去線めが覚えているなけもばブービーブービーブービー What? 涙だけ波もついたのなめよ Ah! I was looking at what's up? What's up, who? My bad. I was looking at the I'm saying my bad, but I was looking at chat and I screwed up one note. Not like I was doing perfect anyway. How are you doing? I think I'm getting better. 私の光水分が重いように埋もれしていたあなたにあれからもようにが吹きない女にそばにいたのに Just set a new score. Oh, nice. A cool score. Very nice. 30 minutes. What song was it? ないそれだけが I forgot to use my key. I don't know if using the key or the mouse click is better, to be honest. あの日の悲しみさえあの日の苦しみさえ They kind of feel the same, but I get tired of one or the other from time to time. 離れない苦いレモンの匂いあなたの降り止むまでは帰れないすぐどがないように Hey, I'll take 95%. Hey, let's go. Keyboard is easier. Ah, interesting. Okay. Sometimes my finger gets annoyed from clicking on it though, so maybe I have to just change fingers from time to time. あの日の悲しみさえさえあの日の苦しみさえ On that day there was pain. I think. The smell of lemons. That's why it's called lemon. It's like you are able to single tap and alternate at the same time to get consistency. Took me like 1 to 2 weeks to get used to it. Oh, okay. Classic ramen. Wait, you could order ramen? I'm hungry. Wait, could you actually order food here? Huh? 50% off all noodles? Discount only for Osu supporters. Oh. Wait, I want to order ramen. This is so random. Wait, can I legit just Osu ramen? It's not real. Oh. I got so excited. Oh god. Google could show where I live. That's a bit risky. Yeah, tell us about the score, bro. Let me just go back to this. Anata wa watashi no hikari. What else? I can send you my video about the score I got 30 minutes ago to see why is keyboard easier. So can you just hold down on the keyboard? Yeah, but send it to me. I'll look at it after this song. But can you just look up cosplay restaurants? Oh, I know what that is. They have a lot in Japan, cosplay restaurants. Well, kind of. Oh, it's on YouTube. Okay, I'll click on it after this. I guess I could skip this. Actually, you can't hold down. Okay. Wait, I can't play. Whoa, what the hell is that, girl? I can't play this because of copyright stuff. Wait, hold on. Gonna have to play it on a different screen, on my non-copyright screen. Okay, there we go. You won't be able to see it though. Gomen nasai. Sorry. Here, you could look at my face instead. It's a little worse, but that's my face. What the hell? You can't even hear the song. Wait, why can't you hear the song? Oh, it's just very low. Jesus. Anyone who wants to know, you can check out the link. Finger control training pays off. Nice. Oh, here's your profile. Can I friend you or something? I don't know how this works. I'm dumb. I'll figure it out later. That was insane though. 96.2%. Are you trying to 100% it? I'm gonna just go here. Oh, you don't want to see my face anymore. Sorry. Accidentally have my mic on? Oh. I didn't think this. I thought this would be simpler. Or like more chill. So I could read chat at the same time. It's hard and I got nerves. For real, not really used to it. I hope you do exercise for your fingers. Jesus Christ. Wait, I have to use keyboard. That's why. I have to use keyboard. That's why. Master Chef is best cosplay. Send a video on that for the vids thing, Nathan, actually. Okay, this time I got it, because I'm going to press Z. Is Z the best button to press also? Oh, that's so much better. I like how it's like the drums. I'm bad at that. We got a check mark though. It's farewell in this world. There's no lullaby. I will regret truth of 1,000 lives. Let mercy come. Ah! I was doing so bad there. Okay, this is my last try. This is my last try for now. I get confused because I think of the melody, but they don't follow the melody, which I don't. I like it when it purely follows melody, because then I could go with the beat and just use like the musical ear to kind of get it, you know? Well, there's no lullabies. I don't regret truth. I guess I'm getting used to it though. Mercy come, wash away what I've done. What the hell? Wash out what I myself. When you have to hit them a bunch in a row, I get so confused because I don't know where they are. You know? Oh, I'm doing pretty decent now. That was bad. Uncertainty, let mercy come, wash away what I've done. Face myself, lost out what I've become. Raise myself, go what I've done. Wow, that was pretty good. This is my third day playing this game. And I think I'm actually not too bad. And I'm liking it. Oh, my head covers the screen. I should probably move where my head goes. I'll move it to the bottom right after this. Oh, that started way too soon. I almost lost. I always like get too relaxed. No! So close to finishing. Oh, okay. Let me just put myself in the bottom right position right now. And then we'll do this. Okay, that should have put me in the bottom right. Let's see, there's a bit of delay on stream. It did. Okay. I'm happy the buttons I use actually work. Can people play win Naruto ending theme? Sure. I'll try that after I beat this. I think I could beat this. It caught me off guard at a certain point. There we go. You gotta get in the rhythm, and then your hands gotta not hurt. Oh, God. In this farewell, there's a blood. There's no alibis. I don't regret. Truth of 1,000 lies. Let mercy come. Wash away. What? I need to go now. All right. See you. It was nice talking. Sorry I was so concentrated on this song. Have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, let me press the bye. I did it. See ya. Sweet of uncertainty. Nathan, you think you could beat me now? Because you were saying you could beat me in this. What I've done is myself. Was out what I've become. Erase myself. What must I feel like I've gotten pretty decent now. I need to get to like 300 with that. Okay, this is where I lost last time, I'm pretty sure. So I gotta be a little careful right now. Yeah, right here. What? Oh, maybe not here. Oh, it was definitely here. That was so random. Make confidence. Think what I've done. Self will sound what I've become. The song repeats itself so much, but I actually don't mind it. It sounds so good. Ooh, 85%. Come on. Bro, they play so much with you. They go straight to it after the spin. That's so frustrating. Like, what is this? Oh my god, if I lost there, I would have gone crazy. This is literally the end of the song. Oh, my hands. That was actually kind of annoying. Okay, I got C, though. I got C. So, the ratings seem a bit off, though, but Naruto. I've become, erase myself. Do you know what the actual ending is called? When's Naruto ending? What you thought of me? Let me see. When's Naruto ending? Oh, it's literally just called the wind. Maybe it's called kaze, which is how you say wind in Japanese. Windo. Maybe not. Waindo. Waindo? Waindo. Waindo. Window. Turn akeboshi. Let's look up akeboshi. Akeboshi. Oh, here. That's a perfect way to get it. Okay, cool. Go. Was it always in English? It sounds weird. Was it always in English? Let's try this one. It sounds so weird. Okay, I guess it is in English. I didn't realize that. Oh, my hand hurts. I can't do that well. I don't remember this song too well, to be honest. Oh, it's not bad. Even though I'm not doing it well. Ah, that was bad. I'm doing it too early. I started at the wrong side. Come on. You're gonna do them all now? But oh, I messed that up. Thank you for the applause. Don't try, don't try. Don't know these words. It's hard to listen to and understand. Oh, I messed that up so bad. I'm so concentrated on this. Jesus. I'm gonna see colors in my sleep of just this. I don't know. I don't like how it is. It feels weird to play it. The song itself is, song itself is okay. I like the song. Sounds a bit different, but still works. Was it originally Japanese or English? I'm gonna try to get above 90% here. Nothing. Maybe even 95. Oh, that confused the hell out of me. What the hell? And I still got it somehow. This is probably the hardest part. I already forgot. Kimi to natsu no wari shourai no yume wasurenai. 126 in a row. Let's go. I shouldn't look at that. It's too distracting. Then I get nervous and screw up. But right now we're doing okay. Screws up. Oh, I got 100. That's 95? Damn, I think I only screwed up a few too. Damn. Come on, give me an A. S! Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Kimi to natsu no hari shourai no yume. They say shourai. I don't know. They say it a bit weird. Who am I to say? We got the C. I guess I could do 2 stars also. I'm just not that good at it. Okay, this... Please don't be Taiko. Oh, it's not. Oh, good. The other one is Taiko. The Taiko I don't like. Let's go. Yatta. Hey, Prince, what's up? Yeah. So... Okay, I gotta pause for this. Bro. We lost someone. We lost the run. We went up against a Kyurem, wild Pokemon. Could have caught it. But I forgot to buy Great Balls. And I had like 5 tries. It Dragon Raged me. But I paralyzed it, and it couldn't hit us because of paralyzation, like 3 turns in a row. Like, we got 5... We actually, no, we got like 5, 6 chances to throw Pokeballs at it. And none of the Pokeballs... Yeah, I lost the run. None of the Pokeballs caught it. It was... I don't want to talk about it. So then we went a few more runs, and then I was like... It was actually fun. But I felt like I didn't want to get excited again. You know? Just to be disappointed at the end of the day. You think I should go back to the Pokemon? And also, I don't know why, but I've been really liking this game lately. Mitsinaru! I hate pausing music games specifically because when you press play, you don't have a clue. Yep, for sure. Alright, I'm not good at that. I'm better at 1 star. Any suggestions for songs, guys? I'm getting chills just listening to that. This is like... You know, I'm scared to watch this anime. I haven't watched the latest season because I get so pumped up from it. Like, I don't know what I'll do, you know? So, like, I'm saving it up for, like, I don't even know when. Because I know I'm going to get insanely hyped. I freaking love this show. And the music is just, it's getting me a little pumped up right now just listening to it. Or I'm getting like chills. I'll read chat in a moment. Gomen nasai. This shouldn't be too long. Oh my god, I got so much better from before. I wasn't able to finish this last time. I think we're going to finish this song today. 3rd day of playing the game. Oh, I messed that up. I almost screwed that up as well. I wish I knew the words to it, though. Hey, let's go. See if AOT is here. Yeah. They have a lot of like anime music because it's all weeaboos that make it, I think. Which is fine, obviously. I don't know if this is the link you need, but that means he's going to lose soon. Or pull through with a victory. Yeah, I pulled through with a victory. They have Attack on Titan. Here. I played it. Sasage! But to be honest, Sasage was kind of annoying. Inochi ni kirawarete iru. What is this? Oh, but that is the link I need, yes. I'll play some Attack on Titan first, though, because it was suggested. Seems like an anime-based music game. Well, apparently anyone can make their own maps. So, I think what it is that there's a lot of weebs that make these maps. Because when I was looking for other, like, more obscure Japanese music, they don't have it, you know? Because no one has mapped it. Because a lot of Japanese people probably don't play it. Or if they do, it's like anime music that they'll add. That's my assumption. I could be wrong, though. No, 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 no. I'm not bad, right, for a noob. No, 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 no. I wonder if I could talk to like people while playing this game, or if that's like too insanely hard. Sasage-yo, Sasage-yo. Who's gay, yo? Sasage. That was a dumb joke. Sasage-yo. You guys ever see like the 10-hour version of this where they just loop it? It's funny. I think I could 100% this in a few tries. Maybe not a few tries, but this doesn't seem hard. Do, 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 do. See, I got over 90%. Who's gay? You're gay. Oh. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being gay, but I feel bad for the person that played the song for 10 hours and the rest. I don't like it anymore because of that, to be honest. Latest pending version? What? Wait, where's this? I downloaded the thing you sent me, Doctor. I don't know what's going on. Oh, because I have the search on. I'm dumb. This doesn't seem that hard. Immediately gets faster, harder. Ah, that wasn't bad. You seem better than me, but I don't play. Cries and no PC. Aw. Because Princess just did it. You did, no? What's it called? This is my 3rd day playing it. What the hell? Okay, no. What? First of all, what is this song? Why doesn't it tell me? That's kind of frustrating me. Inochi ni. Okay, Inochi ni. I'll try to see if they have an easier version. If not, I'll try it a couple more times. Inochi. Inochi nai yo. There is no. I don't see it. Inochi, 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 inochi. That's way above my pay grade. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. I could search it. Yeah, that's freaking hard, man. That's hard. Yeah, let's look at this one. This is the hardest one to have. Type the name of the song in chat. It sounds mad cool. Can you send it to me on Discord? Sorry. Wow, you think Honey Butters could play it? Wow, you have no what's the word? This is so easy. Okay. I got this. I got this. This is easy. Easy. No faith? Yeah, thank you. The song. Sounds like someone's dying. Okay, I got this. I guess. I guess both. Bro, the human brain cannot move at that speed. Like, that's bullshit. Okay. All right. Let me try this. I'm at like 2-star level right now. Okay. I think I have to move up one. Okay. This is actually so much more doable. What the hell? Ooh. Okay. Never mind. The human brain thinks faster than that, I think. Oh. Just watch someone doing it. It's cool. Wait. No, I can't. Let me put it on my other thing, okay? I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Sometimes I'm so smart and sometimes I'm so dumb. I could just show this screen when I change. There we go. Okay, now it'll work. It's just... Getting hyped equals losing. I guess so. Look, his computer lagged. That's how crazy it is. Oh, this is easier, bro. Come on, this is an easier version. I could do that. 1 hour of practice, I could do that. Ooh, just pretend it's me. Guys, this is insane. I hope someone pops in and they think it's me. Oh my god, I'm at 145 times? Yo, I think this might be my best score. Yeah, come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, that was so crazy. Oh! Damn it. It showed the YouTube. Sounds mad nice, though. Faster part. I can be better. Thanks, doctor. The faster part is pretty insane, though. Yeah. Oh, that was crazy. It looks crazy. But it's in reality not too bad. Oh, this is insane version. That was pretty cool. Inochi ni. Yatta, yokatta desu ne. Good job, ping pong. Alright, different song. Alright, this is our level. I might be close to 2 stars. I don't remember if I am 2 stars. Wait, am I 2 stars actually? So I do 1 star. I could do 1 star pretty decently. Oh, I do. I do 2 stars pretty okay-ishly. 3 stars? We got any 3 stars here? Okay, it looks like I've never done a 3 star. Let's try doing a tier 3 star. Tier 3? Ooh, let's do this. No performance points will be rewarded, but it's okay. Because it's Bakamite. The most beautiful song in all of existence. We got this. Just gotta stretch my hands. Ugh. I got this. Ooh, okay, not bad. I'm almost losing, but I'm not out yet. This is so weird. Okay. I wasn't ready. Okay, I'm ready now. Come on, this song's so beautiful. It's gonna put everyone to sleep. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Hype is not. Okay, not bad. And this is the slow part. Jeez. Okay, we're doing better. Now it's gonna go. Oh, okay. I'm not bad. Never mind. Ooh. Oh, this part's gonna be so hard, probably. Or really easy. Ah, it's stupid spinning. Dame yo. What the hell? What the hell is this? A heart? Oh, my hand hurts too much. My hand actually hurts for that. Oh, I was actually mad impressive. Aw, thanks, bro. All right, I think we could do it this time. It's a bit slow. Though. I want a faster song. Let's get Crybaby. I really like this show, so that should help me a lot. Jesus. I'm like barely like staying in. Never mind. Okay, that was actually insane. Flamingo. Maybe I should start in the start. I don't know if this makes any difference. Okay. Alright, alright. This time I'm gonna stick to this song, okay? I actually really like this song. Okay, that was bad. Okay, that was okay. That was okay. I'm freaking out. I gotta breathe. That was bad. I gotta. You gotta. It just moves my. Always at the same part. I have to move my mouse so much, and I just have a regular mouse, you know. And I'm just making excuses because I suck. Hey, gotta. Okay, let me. Okay. I don't know how to. I need to make more space for myself. This is. I gotta like put. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna put the mic like this. Like that. Okay, we got this. Okay, wait. It starts so fast. Okay. There we go. Right when I said that, I screw up. I keep losing at the same part. Alright, I'm actually just terrible at this. I just put my face down. Let me see. Hey, it's a good picture, Okay, I love this song. I couldn't even beat the beginning. Okay, this is gonna be harder. I think I could do this one a bit better. Okay, I actually suck. How was I doing the other one so good? I guess because it was slow. Yeah, like slow songs are kind of easier, even if they're far away, because they're not. Never mind. I think we'll try 3-star next time. I think I should perfect 2-star before moving on, right, guys? What was this? Okay, let's try an English song. Okay, 2-star should be much easier after all that practice with 3-star, right? I think that's how that works. This looks so weird though. Natural delight. There's like such a difference between one rating. That was bad. Out of sight. And they don't bite. This used to be my favorite song like a year ago. I didn't expect that. This is still not like easy. On the natural side. I feel like the drum is too loud. Ugh, okay, 70%. Listen, if we get to C or B, I think it's okay. Sensing uptight, it's a supernatural light. Everybody is dancing in the moonlight. Singing the moonlight. Everybody's stealing my... I like this. This is so creative. Every time. Singing the moon... What the hell? Oh, that was so cool. I feel like this is so creative. Oh, it's so fast after the spin. Almost every night. Singing bright. It's a supernatural delight. Bodies dancing in the moonlight. What the hell? After the spins, they get you so... Or they get me, at least. They get me so well. I never expect it. Dancing in the moonlight. Hell yeah. No one's dancing in the moonlight. Everyone's staying home because of COVID. I don't even know what the hell happened there. I don't know how I get almost 80% right now. Oh my god, if I lost here, that would be so sad. This is such a long one. Everybody's dancing. I feel like if I could... Oh my god, I almost lost. No! I was so close. There was like 10 more notes left. Oh my god. I don't want to do that again. That's long. Okay, let's do Baruto's song. Baruto! If I could get 2-star, like 90%, like 1-star, I think I could move on to 3-star. Okay, this is much easier, it feels. It just, the melody matches the notes. The more that happens, the easier it feels. Or maybe I'm just talking a lot of crap and I'm still playing this bad. Sorry, I'll read chat in a second. Or maybe... I think this song should be short, so... you see, I hear the drums and then I get confused. I really like this song. I think this is an amazing song. Really good intro. The first intro for Baruto, though, not really good. I think this is the latest one, or the second to latest one. Say I almost got 90%. Those overlapping notes are a scam. I know. They don't feel natural, and they don't feel like it's like da 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 da. Like if it goes da, 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 like I don't know how to like react. I can't tell how many notes are on top of each other. Okay, we got a B rating. I think if we could push everything. I mean, our 1-star ratings aren't that good either, actually. Actually, this song sounds mad nice. It wasn't on Spotify, I think. I think I tried looking it up after stream. Which I'm so sad when songs aren't on Spotify. I should probably get YouTube Music. Because YouTube Music, you could pretty much get anything you want, you know? Is my assumption. Because it's YouTube, right? Ooh, I have time to even look at chat with this song. See, 1 star is easy for me. What do I need to get an S? Do I need 96% and more? 97% and more? I almost have 96. Like, this just follows my, this follows the melody so beautifully. It's so easy to just, boom. Maybe they all do, it's just faster for certain ones. Which is why I suck. Let's go. This is probably insane on the insane level. That must be S. 97%. Oh, this is so hard. Ooh. Ooh, that must be S. That has to be S, bro. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ooh, it tells me my stuff. Error minus 39 milliseconds, minus 28 milliseconds average. So does that mean I'm always too early, it seems? Oh, that's so cool that it tells you that. Speed 187, max is 237, unstable rate 103. I don't know what the unstable rate means. Oh, I should look at online ratings actually. Wait, I don't want to. I just want to see. Online ratings. All right, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, let's get a new song in here. Song. What if I just go to the like featured artists? Yeah, let's go with Narmin. Let's go Iro Dori Sora. Iro, huh? Color Bird Sky? Is that what that is? I'm gonna download it without even knowing what it is. Let's do this. Oh, you guys didn't even see it, but okay. There's no stars on this. How is this the most popular and has no stars? Cannot be loaded successfully? Bruh, are you serious? Let me do it on this screen so you guys could see what I'm doing. Let's go with, what is this? Oh, the difficulty is insane. This sounds cool. Download dekimasen desu ne. I can't download it. No. I wanted to play. Oh. Whatever. I don't care. You may. Oh, let's get a rating on this. I don't think we ever finished it. I got so much better from the first time. I could pretty much do every 1 star easily. Boo, 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 do sekai. Let's go. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na na na. Na na na. Na 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 na. I think 97% because I messed up in the beginning. This is so easy. Ooh. It looks so insane like the first time you play it, or at least for me. And then you play it and you're just a beast. Oh, that was bad. You wanna be my friend? We are on a cruise. Stop making me spin. I hate that. Spinning is so annoying. A? I think A ranking. Yeah. Maybe 96% and above is like S. All right, let's get back to the, you know, to the 3-star stuff. We'll try it one more time, okay? At least one more time. You gotta go? All right, see you, doctor. Thanks for popping in. After this, I think we're gonna end stream anyway. But, see ya. You're gonna miss the Pokédex entry. Which is okay, of course. Have an amazing night, and thanks for popping in as always. I forgot this is supposed to be really hard. I always screw up at the same part, too. Ooh! Ooh, this is the furthest I've gone! Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna take that. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take that. See you, Nathan. Bye-bye. All right. We are... We are going to do the Pokédex entry, okay? We're gonna end stream about an hour early today because... I don't know. But tomorrow I'll try to push in like tier list and stuff. Okay. Proud Boy pleads guilty. Okay, that I don't care. I don't care right now. We're gonna do this. Wait, what? There we go. Okay. This is gonna be pretty crazy. All right. So the third time we're doing this. I gotta get the paper out. Okay. You guys ready? Because I'm not ready. What's up, guys? I have 1 minute to pick a random Pokemon and read at least one entry per generation, or else. Oh, I'm such an idiot. It went to the top right. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Oh my god. Oh. There we go. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Listen, I'm still a noob, okay? Oh, before that, actually, let's see who we will raid. For that, also, let me do this. We're gonna make it about 5 seconds here, and 1 to 878. Good. There are 1878 Pokemon. Who will we raid? We could raid Roost again. You know what? Today we're not raiding anyone. We're just doing this and ending stream. Okay? I have 1 minute to pick a random Pokemon and read every entry per generation or else. Timer starts now. Let's get into it. Come on. What number are we getting? 330, 330. 330. We haven't had Flygon before, so that's good. Flygon, Flygon, Flygon. Game data. Okay. We have in Ruby, Flygon is nicknamed the elemental spirit of the desert. Because its flapping wings whip up a cloud of sand, this Pokemon is always enveloped in a sandstorm while flying. That's actually pretty cool. 30 seconds left. We could go to next gen here, Gen 4. Diamond and Pearl. It whips up sandstorms with powerful flaps of its wings. It's known as the desert spirit. That sounds so much cooler. I wonder why they changed the description. Black and white. It whips up sandstorms with powerful flaps of its wing. It's known as the desert spirit. It's exactly the same. Jesus is in every game. It hides itself by kicking up desert sand with its wings. Red cover shields its eyes from sand. The flapping of its wings sounds something like singing. Those lured by the sound are enveloped in a sandstorm, becoming Flygon's play. This Pokemon hides in the heart of sandstorms it creates and seldom appears where people can see it. No! We were late.
Failed.
No.
You are a loser. You are a loser. How could you?
I'm actually a loser. That was bad. Well, see you guys. Have a good one. And